Testing. Testing. All right. Good morning. It is 10:06 a.m. and I would like to call this hearing to order. On behalf of the South Coast Air Quality Management District Hearing Board, we welcome and thank you for participating in today's hearing. My name is Makai Ali, and I serve as the chair of the hearing board, and I would like, just for the record, M-I-C-A-H-A-L-I. I'll go ahead and have the other members of the hearing board introduce themselves, and they'll spell their name. We have a court reporter, so we want to make sure that we articulate very clearly, but also slowly. So we'll start with Dr. Abraham, and then we'll go to Ms. Verdugo-Peralta on down the line. So would you state your name first and spell your name for the record?
Sure. Dr. Jerry Abraham, J-E-R-R-Y, Abraham, A-B-R-A-H-A-M.
Good morning. I'm Cynthia Verdugo-Peralta. My name is spelled C-Y-N-T-H-I-A, and then Verdugo, V as in Victor, E-R-D-U-G-O, hyphen, P as in Paul, E-R-A-L-T-A.
Mohan Balagopalan, engineering member. It's M-O-H-A-N. Last name is B-A-L-A-G-O-P-A-L-A-N.
Robert Pearman, Vice Chair and Attorney Member. Pearman, P like in Paul, E-A-R-M-A-N.
All right, I'd like to first thank the governing board of the Santa Clarita Community College District, as well as the folks responsible for maintaining this phenomenal performing arts center, the staff, as well as the other executive individuals within the organization. I want to thank you for allowing us to use this space to conduct today's hearing. Please join me today in showing respect and courtesy to their volunteer ushers and other support staff. We would also ask, if you have a cell phone, that you silence your cell phone. Please silence your cell phone. If you wish to listen to this meeting in Spanish, please pick up a headset in the lobby. Our interpretation firm will now provide these remarks in Spanish. Can we get the gentleman's microphone on? There we go.
Bienvenidos y buenos días. Gracias al Centro de Artes Santa Clarita Performing Arts Center por permitirnos estar aquí y usar el predio y llevar a cabo esta audiencia. Por favor, muestren respeto y cortesía al usar el establecimiento y con los acomodadores y también con los voluntarios dentro de este predio. Si desea escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor, recoja un auricular en el lobby de entrada, en el vestíbulo. Muchas gracias. Si tienen teléfonos celulares, por favor, pónganlo en silencio. Gracias.
In the event that you need to utilize the restroom facilities that are located in the lobby, we're in California, and there's something called tectonic plates that are underneath us. If they begin shifting, that's also known as an earthquake. We need you to drop to your knees, cover your head and neck, and stay in place until the shaking stops. Once the shaking stops, carefully make your way to the nearest exits. If you look around, there are exits highlighted in green, illuminated green. Avoid using elevators, and please make note of the nearest exit in the proximity to where you're currently sitting. There are exits located on the left, the right, and behind from the lobby entrance. To ensure the hearing board can hear all public comments, and just to be very clear, there are individuals who provided a yellow card to provide public comment. We're going to afford individuals no more than 3 minutes on the non-evidentiary side. If in fact you are desires to providing public testimony, that public testimony will be subject to a cross-examination as well as questions from members of the hearing board. Just to be very clear, you will have an opportunity to testify and provide public comment with respect to the hearing today, whether the matters that are on the agenda and matters that are not on the agenda. Should a member of the public wish to provide testimony that the hearing board may rely on as evidence to making a finding, then that individual must provide that testimony under oath, and I will then read the oath once we get to that point. I'll read the oath, you then accept the oath, and then you'd provide a testimony. Again, just to be very clear, I want to underscore the point that that testimony under oath will be subject to questioning by the hearing board, as well as the petitioner and respondent, rather. And those individuals are represented by counsel. Members of the public wishing to provide comments may do so without testifying under oath, as previously stated, but just want to clarify and make sure we're all on one accord. That testimony would not be viewed as, or that comment would not be viewed as testimony, would not be subject. We consider that to be non-evidentiary public comment. And so you can come to the microphone and you can say anything you desire. If my head is too shiny, whatever you want to say, you can say. You have that right pursuant to the California Government Code. There's been written material provided. It's been presented to the board. There's material also readily available in the vestibule as well as online. You can easily go to the AQMD website and also review information. If you're interested in providing public comment, many of you came in a little late. If you're interested in providing public comment, please submit a yellow card. Submit a yellow card. You provide your name and check the appropriate box for public comment or testimony. You provide that card to the South Coast AQMD staff who are wearing blue shirts. They're wearing blue shirts. If you see an individual, just simply give them the card, and when we get to that time within the hearing, we'll then afford you an opportunity. For public comments in Spanish, please use the microphone with the green marking, the microphone with the green marking. We good? All right. So my translator is simply signifying that we're good, and everyone who desires translation, he'll take care of it. So at this time, I'd like to recognize if there are any individuals in the audience who are representing federal, state, as well as local office. Just want to make sure we provide you with a measure of acknowledgement. Okay, seeing none. We will commence. We'll break at 11:15 for a 10 to 15-minute break. We'll come back. We'll then break for lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. We'll come back and then we'll continue the hearing. What we do not complete today will then be carried over. We'll continue the hearing until next Tuesday over at the AQMD headquarters located in Diamond Bar. Just want to make sure we're all clear and on one accord and there's no ambiguity within the process and what we're attempting to get accomplished today. So at this time, we're going to turn it over to the district. Now, here's what will happen. The petitioner will provide an opening. The respondent will provide an opening. Then we will go into public comment for individuals who are desirous of providing non-evidentiary public comment. You will not be sworn in for non-evidentiary public comment. Okay. Ms. Roberts. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, Ms. Roberts. We're going to have Mr. Pearman, who's the attorney representative, to provide a report out from a pre-hearing conference that transpired a few weeks past.
Just briefly, the report is required on the pre-hearing conference held with the parties on about August 17, and we discussed the exhibits and the voluminous nature of them, and that's why we agreed to have certain of them provided in less copies than normal, but everything is on the web and will be available to the board as well. We discussed the testimony anticipated and the length. We discussed the time within which the parties should provide documents, which they generally have met. I appreciate that. And we also discussed the logistics of this setting here. And last thing was we also mentioned in the call that proposed modification were being exchanged, and we do have, I think, a hearing exhibit showing that that process did take place. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Ms. Roberts, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Catherine, sorry, can you hear? Can you hear? Yes. Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Catherine Roberts, along with my colleague Ryan Manzel, who represent the Executive Officer of the South Coast Air Quality Management in this district. Good morning, board members, and good morning to all who came here for today's hearing. The South Coast AQMD sincerely thanks you for your time and attention to this important matter. The purpose of today's hearing is to get a status report on the ongoing odor public nuisance at the Chiquita Canyon landfill and to consider modifications to the current order for abatement based on that status. By way of context, we are 11 months into this abatement order. The nuisance level odors that the public has been living with have been going on for closer to 15 months. Ryan, I think you're gonna have to, this is not working. Can I do next slide? Thank you. The overall status at this time, following those 11 months of the abatement order, is that there has been no meaningful improvement to the odors. The South Coast AQMD has received and responded to more than 13,000 complaints from the public in this calendar year alone. More than 200 notices of violation for creating a public nuisance have been issued by this agency. As you'll hear today in testimony, the status on the odors is that the South Coast AQMD is receiving complaints from more different individual neighborhoods and further away neighborhoods. Inspectors with the Office of Compliance and Enforcement are verifying odors coming from Chiquita in neighborhoods 3 and 4 and even 5 miles away in either direction from this landfill. In fact, one of the updates to the order the district is seeking today is to expand the daily odor surveillance to include stops in these farther away neighborhoods. The status update with respect to most of the major solutions to these odors is that Chiquita is well behind schedule. For example, the geosynthetic cover, this was a cap over the reactionary part of the landfill that, once sealed, would prevent emissions and odors from leaving the landfill. When it was first approved back in December of 2023, this was advertised as a short 10-week project. Today, that cap is not completed, and due to recent extensions of the deadline, completion is still not scheduled for several more months. The status update with respect to the additional gas wells that were designed to increase the amount of collection and thereby reduce the emissions coming off of this landfill. This order for abatement required that half of those wells be installed by July. In fact, as you'll hear today in testimony, the wells that Chiquita has managed to add in the reaction area are not drilled to an effective depth to be able to actively capture all of the odors. And when we're counting just the wells that are at that appropriate depth, we are not at 50%, we're closer to 5% of progress. In addition to that progress, we have to understand the context of this landfill. Chiquita Canyon right now is operating under crisis-like conditions. These crises is because Chiquita Canyon did not act appropriately on the early symptoms of this reaction back in 2022. Rather, Chiquita Canyon chose to actively conceal those symptoms from both the South Coast AQMD and other regulators. They have now become a crisis because they were not correctly managed, and as a result, most of the activities today are about immediate emergency actions. Many of these actions actually have the adverse side effect of increasing odors in the immediate and short term, even though they are considered necessary to curb the emergency situations occurring at the landfill. For example, excavation of the reaction area waste mass is underway as we speak today. That exposes some of the worst smelling decomposed waste as well as toxic leachate and gases to the air each day. This action is an emergency one, and it is necessary to ensure slope stability, but it is being done roughly 1,000 feet from the nearest resident. Likewise, Chiquita Canyon, because they did not correctly manage in 2022 the excess liquids coming out of this landfill, has, without permits, without even conducting so much as a basic design plan, installed hundreds of tanks to store and treat nearly 3 million gallons of hazardous waste on site. Again, these actions are necessary to deal with the emergency conditions that Chiquita has allowed to fester, but they come at the expense of the public, who is already overburdened with odors from this reaction. That is the status of where we are today. The remaining purpose of this hearing is, where do we go from here? That is a question for the board to answer based on the parties' competing proposals. The district proposes several additional odor mitigation measures. Unfortunately, this is a contested proposal from the district. Chiquita is asking to maintain the status quo. The South Coast AQMD believes that all options need to be considered at this time, and that every proposed condition that has a reasonable basis to conclude that it will reduce odors must be implemented at this time based on the conditions existing. The district is specifically proposing today to address the non-reaction parts of Chiquita's operation that are contributing odors to these communities. As you'll hear in testimony today, beyond the reaction-specific odors, compliance is also noticing an increase in trash odors over the last several months, and this occurs particularly in the early morning hours that are noted for having adverse wind conditions, allowing odors to leave the landfill and remain in the communities. These odors contribute to the public nuisance, and they must be mitigated. The district proposes to reduce the working face at Chiquita Canyon landfill by 50%, and further to pause accepting any waste during these adverse wind hours, which is a 3-hour period in the morning. These are the windows that are worst for odors. The district proposes that this is a reasonable measure on this basis. Chiquita Canyon, unfortunately, proposes nothing. The district also proposes additional measures that can be taken during excavations that are odorous, that are reasonably sure to mitigate odors leaving the site. Chiquita proposes exempting its current reaction area excavation that is exposing these toxic liquids, gases, and foul decomposing waste 1,000 feet. The district believes that is the core project that should be reduced odors, because it is the largest excavation of most concern nearest to residents. The district also proposes a remedial schedule and additional oversight to address Chiquita's missed deadline in the order for abatement that required them to install a remote well monitoring system. Chiquita proposes further delay by having a second feasibility study and a pilot project before having its panel of experts decide, is this really a necessary idea? The district lastly proposes an inspection program to assess for and prevent leaks in the equipment that is storing and treating the more than 1 million gallons of hazardous leachate that is generated at this landfill every single week. Chiquita proposes to not bother with inspecting this equipment for leaks. These additional measures are appropriate given the ongoing nuisance. The posture we are in right now, in light of the odors and the delays in implementing the long-term odor solutions, must be to prioritize public health and to mitigate odors to the maximum extent that is possible. Chiquita has, unfortunately, once again, come to this board opposing mitigation, not because they think it won't work, but rather because they think their panel of experts can raise a modicum of doubt, and that should be sufficient to do nothing in the meantime while we work out that modicum of doubt. That is wrong on both the facts and on the law. On the facts, there is no reasonable doubt whatsoever of the severity of this public nuisance. On the law, the standard for this board is about what measures are appropriate. That's the language from District Rule 805. It governs the board's decision to issue directives to the respondent. Here, it is appropriate to impose restrictions on the parts of Chiquita's operations that we can control now and that we know are contributing to odors. This is to lessen the cumulative burden, while the long-term mitigation strategies of the reaction need additional time. It is Chiquita's own actions and inactions long ago that made this necessary. But that is the status of where we are today. And ultimately, Chiquita Canyon's actions have made mitigating this nuisance in a reasonable time impossible. That came and went long ago. We are, again, 11 months into this abatement order. The recourse, however, is not to throw our hands up and do nothing. The appropriate action is to reduce as many odors as possible, using every method that we can reasonably show would lead to odor reductions from every single aspect of Chiquita's operation. The district asks the board today, at the conclusion of this hearing, to adopt its proposed modifications to this order for abatement on a contested basis. Those modifications are laid out in both Exhibit 57 and the left-hand column of Exhibit 59. The required findings to do so in District Rule 806 are evident here. This facility is in ongoing violation. This hearing does provide Chiquita Canyon due process, and while even these modifications are not expected to eliminate this business, if it were, there would be a corresponding benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. To the respondent, Ms.
Good morning.
Morgan.
Yes. Can you hear me? Good. Good morning,
Ms.
Chairman.
Morgan, you may want to pull the microphone a little closer.
Yes. How's that? Great. Good morning, Chairman Ali and members of the hearing board. Thank you for the opportunity to present Chiquita's status update to you and the community. We appreciate the time and effort it took to arrange for this hearing to take place here in Santa Clarita. It is important that the community is able to participate today and hear directly from the parties on the immense efforts undertaken by Chiquita to slow and stop the reaction that is taking place at the Chiquita Canyon landfill. As the board and the community are aware, Chiquita regrets how odors from the reaction have affected the community, and to help mitigate these effects, Chiquita has now provided almost $4 million in direct financial payments to hundreds of residents near the landfill. As the board well knows, the Chiquita Canyon landfill is experiencing an elevated temperature landfill event, or an ETLF. You have heard us explain before that ETLFs are rare, and much remains unknown in the industry about what causes them. As you hear testimony over the next few days, it is important to remember exactly that. ETLFs are rare. These are not routine landfill occurrences that have routine solutions. There have only ever been a dozen or so of these highly unusual events of this magnitude across the country. Landfills may experience similar symptoms, like isolated areas of high temperatures, which can be corrected in accordance with industry standards and regulation. They may also experience other symptoms of an ETLF, like leachate seeps, which are common occurrences in many parts of the country that have standard practices for correction. However, when a landfill undergoes a change in the biological and chemical processes that decompose waste, such as what Chiquita is experiencing, there is unfortunately no simple solution. You have heard testimony from members of the Reaction Committee about best practices for addressing ETLFs. These practices, such as increasing landfill gas extraction and control capacity and accelerating dewatering, are designed to remove heat and pressure from the heart of the reaction. These measures are underway and will eventually slow and stop the underground chemical reaction. Other best practices, like installation of a geosynthetic cover over the reaction area, are ongoing too and will contain potential surface emissions to reduce off-site impacts. Chiquita has diligently implemented these best practices and the recommendations of the Reaction Committee under the supervision of this board, the US EPA, the county, and other regulators. But this is not an easy fix. You will likely hear today from the South Coast AQMD witnesses and members of the community that despite these best efforts, there continue to be a significant number of odor complaints from members of the community. As Chiquita, its experts, and the district have learned, there is no simple way to slow and stop an ETLF. If there were, Chiquita would be doing it. But the most important thing to remember today is that the contested conditions that we are here to talk about do not have anything to do with mitigating the ETLF. As you know, we are here today in a contested proceeding, and Chiquita is confident that after 2 days of hearing, you will agree with Chiquita that certain conditions sought by the district are not supported by the evidence, are in fact harmful, and should be rejected. Chiquita has appeared before you many times now and has always worked hard with the district to reach agreement on stipulated orders. Indeed, today we have reached agreement with the district to propose over 43 new or modified conditions or subconditions. However, in the contested conditions, the district is attempting to essentially close the Chiquita Canyon landfill through draconian limits on the landfill's waste intake, which will have rippling and dramatic effects on the management of solid waste for Los Angeles County. The district asks this board to force Chiquita to cover its working face for 3 hours in the middle of its working day, and further, when open, to reduce the area where waste is managed by 50%. With no credible evidence, the district asserts this will reduce odors in the community. It won't, and the evidence will show that. The odors are from the ETLF, which the board knows already from evidence it has been hearing for months. These conditions will give no benefit to the community. What they will do is throw solid waste management in Los Angeles County into chaos, as up to 5,000 tons a day of solid waste will suddenly have to be turned away. Communities like Santa Clarita, Valverde, and many others, as well as institutions and businesses, will scramble to ship waste to far-flung locations if they can be found at great cost. The evidence will show that Chiquita simply can't operate economically under the proposed conditions. Upon closing, the county will lose large tax revenues and a landfill that is a foundation of its solid waste management. Adopting the district proposal will also be illegal. The county issued Chiquita's conditional use permit, and the county has authority over whether Chiquita stays open or closes. The board would immediately find itself in litigation over the order regarding whether the evidence supports the conditions and the large financial damages that South Coast AQMD will owe to Chiquita for this taking of a vested right. An order imposing these conditions would be arbitrary and capricious, a violation of due process, and a violation of Chiquita's rights, with South Coast AQMD liable for damages and attorney's fees under Section 1983. Chiquita does not want to litigate, but it is committed to serving the thousands of customers who rely on it for solid waste management. It will vigorously contest any such order immediately in federal or state court and will seek damages for every day that the board's order effectively closes it and harms long-term business relationships. I'll discuss shortly in this opening additional legal problems with these conditions, and the evidence will show that the agreed upon conditions will continue to support the fight against the ETLF while allowing Chiquita to continue to play its vital infrastructure role. This board should approve the stipulated conditions and reject the contested ones. I'll first discuss where we stand today and the agreements we have reached, and then turn to the findings that the board would be unable to make to support the illegal contested conditions. This order for abatement reflects the complicated nature of the ETLF and the mitigation measures. Chiquita's order for abatement is now over 75 pages long and contains 74 substantive conditions. The parties today have stipulated to an additional 43 new or modified conditions and subconditions. In addition to this order for abatement, you'll hear that Chiquita operates under a 45-page unilateral administrative order issued by the US EPA with over 12 categories of work to be performed, a 34-page compliance order issued by the local enforcement agency for CalRecycle, the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, with an additional 5 mitigation measures, and an investigative order from the Los Angeles Water Quality Control Board, which contains 8 additional sampling and reporting requirements. The significant regulatory oversight and multitude of requirements imposed on the Chiquita Canyon landfill demonstrate that this is not a simple problem. Despite the complex nature of the reaction, Chiquita is making significant progress in this fight. You will hear from Chiquita's witnesses that the reaction is contained. It has not expanded in size since the reaction committee began tracking it in September 2023. Significant infrastructure projects that are designed to mitigate the reaction are nearing completion. Chiquita has increased its flaring capacity. It's more than doubled the control capacity, which allows it to process all of the gas produced by the landfill, even with the increase in production caused by the reaction. With respect to well installation, 220 of the 237 wells required to reach a density of 3 wells per acre in the reaction area have been installed. Chiquita is on track to reach the required density well before the January 2025 deadline. Chiquita has installed over 41 acres of geosynthetic cover over the reaction area. Only 1.6 acres remain to be installed, which will be completed once Chiquita finishes the West Slope construction project. And Chiquita is actively engaged in this project and to repair the West Slope. Chiquita has made temporary fixes in the past and is now in the process of removing reacted material and improving the leachate collection infrastructure at the West Slope to avoid further issues with leachate seeps in the area. You will also hear from Chiquita's witnesses that dewatering efforts are back on track. Chiquita has installed 76 pumps in its dual extraction wells and currently has 68 of those pumps in operation. This is a significant increase since the March 2024 hearing, when Chiquita came before this board for an emergency hearing because of its need to significantly decrease its dewatering efforts while it evaluated options for treatment and disposal of hazardous liquids. Chiquita has now dialed in a treatment method, which it is working cooperatively with its regulators on to ensure that the system meets regulatory requirements. This allows Chiquita to process all of the hazardous liquids produced on site. Just last week, Chiquita received approval from the US EPA to test a new treatment method that would reduce solids in already treated leachate and, if proven successful, open up a whole new set of off-site disposal options. With more off-site disposal options, Chiquita would be able to continue to increase its dewatering efforts. You will likely hear from the district that even with this significant progress, things aren't moving quickly, and they are still receiving odor complaints from the community. Everyone in this room wishes that there was a quick fix for this reaction, but the expert testimony and evidence will show that there is not, and that imposing punitive new conditions that essentially stop waste disposal will not reduce odors whatsoever. While Chiquita continues to fight this reaction, it is taking additional steps to assist the community that's experiencing these impacts. Chiquita commissioned a voluntary 28-day community air monitoring study. You have heard testimony about this study in prior hearings. During this hearing, you will hear from Chiquita's toxicologists about their findings, which are summarized in the health impacts report and an odor impacts assessment. As required by the stipulated order, the toxicologists also provided an easy-to-read public summary. Chiquita has printed additional copies of this public summary, which are available in the lobby with the public exhibits for anyone to take with them. The full reports are available online and can be found on Chiquita's odor mitigation website. As an overview, the toxicologists found that based on air quality data collected and reviewed in the communities surrounding the Chiquita Canyon landfill, short and long-term health impacts, such as disease or cancer, are not expected due to emissions from the landfill. However, the data does indicate that odors within the community are capable of causing physical symptoms such as headaches and nausea. Chiquita has taken other steps as well to provide relief to the community. You will hear testimony about the crucial West Slope construction project that is being undertaken at the landfill. At the recommendation of its regulators, Chiquita created a cool zone at a local hotel conference room for residents that are experiencing odor impacts and need a place to go during construction hours. Chiquita also continues to provide millions of dollars directly to impacted community members through its Community Relief Program, which is administered by a third party. For community members that apply and provide proof of residence in a geographically eligible area, Chiquita provides a monthly payment that members can use at their discretion to offset costs of odor impacts. From March through July, Chiquita has paid out almost $4 million directly to the community through this program. The record of these administrative proceedings shows the Herculean efforts that Chiquita has undertaken to address the reaction and adopt conditions that the district wishes to impose. This is Chiquita's 5th iteration of this order for abatement, and up until today, we have reached stipulation every time. Even in this contested proceeding, the parties have stipulated to an additional 43 modifications or new conditions and subconditions that the district has insisted on. These conditions cover a range of topics, from odor surveillance, continued expansion of the landfill gas collection system, surface emissions monitoring, additional expert reports, additional reporting requirements, and new public notification requirements. But today, South Coast AQMD is seeking conditions that have no basis in fact or data that Chiquita must oppose. The measures are only punitive and will not reduce odors. Put simply, the South Coast AQMD seeks to shut down Chiquita's operations. In order to adopt a contested condition, this hearing board needs to make certain findings. The hearing board will be unable to make all of these findings. Specifically, the evidence will show that the conditions imposed would have no corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. They'll also show that it will result in the closing of a lawful business and an illegal taking of property. The contested conditions are not appropriate, and they will not accomplish any necessary abatement. While South Coast AQMD will try to argue that subjective odor complaints of trash odors, which complaints have not yet been provided to Chiquita, that justify limits on landfill operations, but staff will be unable to contest the vast and compelling evidence from Chiquita's witnesses. The district is seeking a reduction of 50% of Chiquita's working face at all times of day and complete closure of the working face from 7 to 10 a.m. It will likely base its case on outdated studies conducted by the same experts that Chiquita has here today to testify. Those prior studies addressed working face trash odors, which, as the board knows, had been significantly mitigated. These same experts will explain that there is not a fresh trash odor issue at the Chiquita Canyon landfill. As everyone knows, there is a reaction taking place. Chiquita is now one of the most studied and monitored landfills in the world. Chiquita's experts will explain, using facts and data, that the working face size compared to the reaction area size means that odors, if any, are reaction area odors. This means that even if Chiquita implemented these shutdown measures, odor issues in the community would not improve. In other words, imposition of these severe restrictions on Chiquita will have no corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. While these draconian conditions proposed by the district would have no benefit to the community, there would be an outsized negative impact to Chiquita, its haulers, and ultimately the solid waste infrastructure for greater Los Angeles. You will hear from Chiquita's experts what exactly it would need to do operationally to implement these conditions. Chiquita currently accepts between 7,000 and 8,000 tons of waste a day. Under these proposed conditions, it would be unlikely to accept more than 2,000 to 3,000 tons of waste a day. In order to cover the working phase from 7 to 10 in the morning, Chiquita would need to shut its gates much earlier in the morning to ensure that all trucks had finished depositing waste and that it had time to compact and cover that waste in accordance with regulation. And with a smaller working face in the first place, less trucks would be able to deposit waste. You will hear how trucks will queue out onto SR 126 and down the highway, causing traffic and safety concerns. You will also hear that because of this backup, trucks that can normally visit the landfill 3 to 4 times a day may only have time for 1 to 2 trips. This would cause waste to back up at transfer stations across the county and curbside throughout communities surrounding the landfill. Collection vehicles that pick up trash in the communities surrounding the landfill, including Valverde and Santa Clarita, dispose of their waste directly at the landfill. These trucks need to complete 4 trips to the landfill a day in order to complete their routes. Under the district's proposal, they would fit in 2 at best. The district's proposals show that it is not concerned about improving conditions for the community, and it has no regard for facts and data. They want to show that they are tough actors instead of fix the problem. But making hollow promises won't help the community. Taking away the sole source of income from an entity that, up until now, has agreed to do everything asked of it to fight this reaction is unnecessary and can do nothing but undermine the expensive reaction mitigation measures. With a loss of as much as 2/3 of its revenue, with little, if any, concurrent reduction in costs, Chiquita will have no choice but to close its operations. The district is not the regulator responsible for dictating solid waste intake in Los Angeles County. Yet it seeks to usurp the county's authority and do just that through this shutdown order. By straying outside of its jurisdiction, South Coast AQMD will disrupt the entire solid waste infrastructure of Los Angeles County, increasing prices for haulers and the ultimate customer, each and every person in this room. In addition to the 2 working phase conditions, Chiquita contests a small number of other conditions that the district will similarly be unable to support with facts or data. Chiquita has been reasonable and cooperative with its regulators, agreeing here to over 43 conditions and subconditions in this modification proceeding. But Chiquita cannot agree to conditions that are outside the areas of expertise of the district and are not based on facts or data. Let's be clear, this hearing is about the district's effort to have this board invoke its authority and prestige to shut down Chiquita. That would be wrong on the facts, the science, and the law. Chiquita contests this shutdown order. After hearing the evidence and testimony, Chiquita is confident that the hearing board will choose not to make the extraordinary findings necessary to support such an order. We trust that the board will understand why the district's attempt to dictate and upend solid waste management in Los Angeles County cannot be allowed. South Coast AQMD's proposals are a taking and would result in the closing of a lawful business. This board should find that there is not good cause and reject the contested conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. At this time, we're going to call the following names, and we'll ask that you would approach one of the microphones for public comment. Lynn Winner, W-I-N-N-E-R. There'll be 3 minutes on the clock. Just for the record, L-Y-N-N-E-W-I-N-N-E-R, Lynn Winner.
Yes, good morning.
Why don't you come a little closer so we can hear your voice? Thank you very kindly.
Good morning. I represent SCOPE, which is an local environmental agency, and we've been attending the CAC meetings for some time now. When I attend these meetings, initially we were hearing comments from the landfill that they were investigating odors and they had someone doing a smell test of the trucks that were coming in. They seemed proud of this. It seems now that there was a lot more going on than just fresh trash being brought in that smelled bad. Chiquita has offered air filters, which as long as you stay in your house and don't go outside, you're fine. People cannot use their yards. I hear from residents in the public opinion at the COC how they are offered this, these air filters, or there's the cool zone, but what about living in your home? So what SCOPE has done we've written a resolution requesting FEMA to get involved and that this be an emergency, a local emergency that helps the residents to live a good life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, I believe is it Lloyd Cardez or, okay, why don't you he'll spell his name when he comes to the microphone. Thank you, to make sure we have it clear.
Yeah, my name's Lloyd Carter, Lloyd Carder. I'm also a member of SCOPE, and they're asking for an emergency declaration on this issue. But I also have another comment. As a past former Castaic Town Council member, I am very aware of what's going on in my community for quite some time. And we have been fighting this landfill for a long time for health reasons. Everybody talks about odors, and I understand that we have to do that for a legal process. But it's not just odors. The odors are just an underlying factor of toxic chemicals going into the community. And these chemicals are affecting the health of my neighbors. And I mean my neighbors in the Valverde area. We live a little further away, so we're a little bit more fortunate. One of the things I'd like to point out to this board is that the landfill has been disingenuous in their description of the reaction area. If during the EIR proposal for expanding the landfill's operations, pictures were given and submitted publicly showing the landfill's height, which did not exceed the hills that are below the liner. If any of you have gone to see the liner, it's this big giant cloud, a white cloud that sits over the hills. And that complete cloud of 120 feet or so was added since the landfill expansion was approved. This is not an area that has just been left as an old area of the landfill. What they did was they piled on top of the old landfill. This is a disingenuous group that has shown over and over again, and these are public records so that you guys can go see it. And if you need copies, I can help supply it for you. But this is one of the common things that we see over and over again, that they come up with ideas and then and it's just a deception to keep us away from the real cause. And I would ask that this board declare an emergency action and help us all in the community of Castaic. This is also something that they've done to the county by threats of lawsuits, threats that it's going to be a disaster and the whole world's coming to an end. And please don't let them do it to you like they did the county, because the county no longer represents us. Thank you.
Tom Barron. Tom Barron. T-O-M, last name B-A-R-R-O-N.
My name is Tom Barron, B-A-R-R-O-N, and I'm a 52-year resident about 3 miles west of the landfill. And I have testified numerous times, but also when the landfill was first created, when the landfill was expanded, and then most recently with the current expansion. And we experienced the smell. I ride my bicycle down Highway 126 on a regular basis, and I have an ongoing complaint with the Caltrans vis-a-vis the dirt and rocks that come from the landfill as they exit. But also, this is a dust and a particulate generation that is not actually in this particular suit, but is under the Air Quality Management District's purview. And I would request, or if you could clarify for the public who the Air Quality Management District is, what your authority, how your authority has been granted to you, and how you are funded, so that we can understand the text or the context in which this hearing is taking place. It's a little opaque because the AQMD, although operating this hearing very effectively, is under a cloud, if you, literally, as far as authority over this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to butcher your last name, so I'm going to say Bruce F., and then you can just spell your name for the record when you come down to the microphone. There you go. Why don't you use that microphone right there, sir? There you go.
Thank you very much, and it's Bruce Fortine,
Why don't you spell your name for the
F-O-R-T-I-N-E.
record, sir? Spell it for the record.
I'm sorry?
Spell your name for the record, please.
Yes, Fortine,
Yes.
F-O-R-T-I-N-E, last name, Bruce, first name. And I welcome you to, actually, I'm the founder of this college, and this is maybe the house that Bruce built. But I have been, thank you. I have been working with the landfill folks for over a year. And when I first started, I told them that these are my people. I'm a graduate of Castaic Elementary School. And I represent a company that does have the solution. And I've been working with John Perkey, the attorney, for over a year. And the technology that I have access to is not chemical, and none of the things that they do now apply. I could remove the smell in 3 days, and the bacteria problem in probably two to 3 months. They don't want to hear it. They don't care. They would rather spend millions of dollars doing something else. And in my last conversation with John, I said, John, are you ever going to sit down and get serious of this? And he said, well, you know, we're working. No. I said, well, that's the first truthful thing you've told me in 12 months. And I want to cure the problem, and I can prove it to you. The company has done 77,000 spill cleanups, oil spill, and landfill throughout the world. And so they are big players. They're very interested in here and want to help. And if you need to contact me, Stephanie English in Supervisor Barrier's office has my contact information and is willing to share that with you. And thank you for being here, and thank you for your kind remarks of our college. And we currently have 32,000 students. We're very proud of that. So, welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Richard Humanic. Please spell your name for the record, sir.
Yes, it's Richard.
You can move that microphone up a little bit. You're kind of tall there. Or just snatch it off. Just go ahead and just, yeah, there you go. All right.
Yes, it's Richard Humanic, Humanic, and I'm a over 30-year resident of the Castaic-Valverde area, and I happened to print out a mission statement for the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and it says here that their primary function is to protect the health of the residents of the South Coast Air Quality Management District, which I believe that they are attempting to do when they say that they need to shut this dump down, because nobody wants to talk about the health of and what it is doing to affect the residents here. And specifically, not so much the physical part of it as the mental part of it. Living with this every day, not knowing when this is going to appear, somebody needs to act. When you have 13,000 complaints, there has to be an enforcement procedure available to do what is right. And in my opinion, what is right is to shut this dump down, turn it into a hazardous dump site, and let the federal government reclaim this and get it out of our community. That is what we want, is to get this out of the community. And as far as this CTEC report right here, and it says in here, the health impact report, based on data collected interviewed by the community surrounding the Chiquita Canyon landfill, short of long-term health impacts such as disease or cancer, are not expected to due to the emissions of the Chiquita Canyon landfill. Now, how do you explain all of these issues, these physical, these mental issues that are being produced by this landfill, and then you have an organization come out and make these statements who don't live in this community, who have nothing to do with dealing with these actual statements that they're making in this community? And one thing that I would really like to know is who financed this report? Who paid for this report to be done here and say things like it does not affect our health and safety? So thank you.
Thank you. Doug Kirk. Doug Kirk? Doug Kirk. Doug Kirk? Okay, just all of us are here. We can witness that Doug Kirk's name was called at least 3 times. Doug Kirk again, and Doug Kirk's not present. Sandra Cattell. Is it Cattell? Please spell your name for the record, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Sandra Cattell, C-A-T-T-E-L-L. I'm actually a member of the Chiquita Canyon Landfill Citizens Advisory Committee, but today I am speaking partially as myself and also as the chair of the Santa Clarita Valley Sierra Club Group. We feel that everybody has the right to clean air and clean water, just unequivocally. People here have been suffering for a long time. I sit in that meeting and I listen to people pouring their hearts out and talking about how sick they are. One night, somebody that I've come to know wasn't there, and it turned out she was too sick to be here, and her child was too sick and could not come to the meeting that night. Dimethyl sulfite might be an innocuous odor-causing problem for some people, but if you live with it 24/7, it's rather debilitating. Here's my very simple observation. And it has to do with what Chiquita Canyon Landfill says and what they do. It took months and months to get adequate monitoring and reporting. They didn't even test for a lot of the compounds that we're now finding have had contributing factors, like benzene and methane. In fact, at one point, at the Chiquita Canyon Advisory Committee, we were actually told there was no benzene and there was no methane. Ms. Morgan, you said Chiquita Landfill has agreed to do everything asked. They probably have agreed to a lot of stuff. It's what they do. It takes them forever to do anything, and that is the problem. They seem to just do the minimum to keep themselves from getting sued. People are suffering. They should have been moved out of the community, gosh, 8 months, a year ago, and you should have been working on this much more quickly. And so I have to tell you, I support the AQMD findings and their proposed plan of action. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a card from a Missy, but there's no last name. So Missy, if you're here, please come to the microphone and spell your last name for the record. M-I-S-S-Y, Missy. Are you Missy? All right, come on over. And I'm asking folks to spell their last names because, again, we have a court reporter for individuals who arrive late, and the court reporter needs to be able to maintain an accurate record. Missy, your last name, please.
Yes, Missy. May I leave it at Missy? M-I-S-S-Y?
Last name, you say?
I didn't put it, but I will for this forum. Cindrich, spelled C-I-N-D-R-I-C-H. See, I've said this before in a couple different forums, but I'll say it here. For context, reports as of 2022 cite LA County's 2 largest landfills collectively receive 70% of the county's, LA County's solid waste. These are Chiquita Canyon and Sunshine Canyon. These landfills are 12 miles apart. Both landfills have had non-compliant issues. To quantify the issue further, let's look at the population. California's state population is about 40 million. LA County, the most populated county in the state, has about 10 million people. So this means about 25% of the state's population lives within LA County. And LA County, probably larger now, but in 2022, dumps 70% of all LA County waste in our area, Santa Clarita, with our Santa Clarita population estimated at about 300,000. I'm concerned that this problem isn't being quickly resolved because perhaps it's become political in that Chiquita Canyon is too big to fail. The issue, I agree, is people's health. I was trying to amend my report, I hear what you're saying, but the responsibility of any service provider is to be able to provide the service. If you're not able to provide the service that's healthy and safe for the capacity of trash that you're processing, the issue is not that you're being unfairly treated, the issue is people's health. And I'm very concerned that that issue is being not attended to. I would also say, respectfully, that perhaps you might have the advantage of getting more information if someone, not Chiquita Canyon, invites whistleblower complaints and anonymous complaints, because you may find that the assumption that all the processing is legal, you may find that that assumption is not accurate. And with anonymous complaints, those issues might be revealed to government. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Liz Melanson, M-E-L-A-N-S-O-N. Please state your name for the record.
Liz Melanson, M-E-L-A-N-S-O-N. And I just want to say that this is not about the money. This is about the health, and we should be able to breathe clean air. It's our right. I want to be able to go outside my house and enjoy playing games, doing yard work, wash my car, take a walk, or talk to neighbors, or have barbecues without the horrible stench and smell continuously. What about the toxic odors, fumes that are affecting our health? It's absolutely ridiculous that this has been able to continue for 2 years. I've lived in Valverde for 30 years, and the last 2 years have been an absolute nightmare. I don't care that the trash has to be taken to other locations. I don't care about the impact on the businesses or anything other than the health of my family, my neighbors, and my community. I also work locally and smell this trash and chemicals at my work as well. This landfill should have been closed back in 2017 and we wouldn't have this continuous problem. But unfortunately, because of greed, it remains open. I'm tired of having the headaches, clogged nose, and other major health concerns. There are also safety concerns at the Chiquito Canyon landfill, rocks on the 126 when I'm driving to work, from trucks entering and exiting the landfill. There's been a recent deaths there from trucks coming out of the landfill. A family lost their father. Miss Morgan does not have a clue of the living hell we are dealing with. Please close this landfill immediately. The community would appreciate your efforts as our health and the risk of our health of our children is at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one last speaker card. I just want to make sure. Carrie Frawling, did you want to provide public comment, or did you want to provide public witness testimony? Okay, very well. Just want to be very clear. We all heard her. I'm going to check the box that says public witness. All right, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back in 10 minutes off the record. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. So for the sake of transparency and to make sure that we're all following along together, we've concluded public comment. The remaining cards that I have in my hand are for public witnesses, and we will then swear them in. We'll also swear in our interpreter. And so at this moment in time, when I call your name, Carrie Frawling, Jeff Lindberg, if you stand, please. Abigail DeSessa, there you go. All right, DeSessa. Susie Evans. Stephen House, Howse. Darcy Stinson. And then our interpreter. You repeat after me, or I'll state so, and you. Oh, raise your right hand. All right. Okay, you're providing, all right. Do you solemnly state, under the penalty of perjury, that the evidence that you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, everybody's in unison, I do? I do. All right, okay, so you've been officially provided the oath. Lastly, there was a audience. It was a individual who sent an email to the hearing board August 9th at 11 a.m. Just want to make sure it's within the documents that have been uploaded. This person's name is Sue Hernandez. Sue Hernandez. Her email is uploaded as a part of the evidentiary trail. We'll make certain that Susie Hernandez's comment is added to the public record as a public comment. All right, I want to turn the floor over to a distinguished gentle lady who serves as a member of the hearing board, and she wanted to provide a little historical context before we move very quickly into the witness part of the hearing. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a question earlier by one of the members of the public in reference to who we are and where we get our authority and what we have jurisdiction over. And I just want to give a really very short explanation of that. You can also find it on the website, AQMD.gov, under Hearing Board. And there are actually 32 air pollution control districts in the state of California. We are the largest one in reference to jurisdiction and the population. And our authority is that we have, and I'll read it to you, we're a quasi-judicial panel. We are authorized to provide relief from South Coast AQMD rules under certain circumstances. As state law requires, hearing board members are appointed by, but operate independently of the South Coast AQMD governing board. So we are, it's just almost like a regular hearing that you would go to, that we hear evidence from the AQMD attorneys and we hear evidence from the company's attorneys, whoever they are. And in reference to that, our jurisdiction, we have authority over stationary sources that are permitted, and we have authority over municipal fleets that are 15 or more. And that's the only mobile source that we have. Otherwise, that is under CARB, which is the California Air Resources Board. But I just wanted to give you just a very short synopsis of that. And like I said, you can look into it further if you like, and it's on our website. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bob Bouchard. Is it Bouchard? Bob? Would Bob stand? We received a card from Bob. I want to make sure we check. Okay, sir, well, you're going to provide testimony as a public witness, correct? Yeah. Okay, no problem. We haven't called you yet, but I just want to make sure because you didn't check that box. Okay, I got you covered. Thank you. No, thank you, sir. All right, and then the next person is, I want to make sure, did you take the oath of office?
I did not. I was fighting my card that I gave you
Okay, hold, okay. Well, we'll provide you with the oath in 1 second, my good friend. Tom Barron. Tom Barron, did you take the oath? Okay, so would you two stand, please? Right hand, do you solemnly state, under the penalty of perjury, that the evidence that you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay, both of them are stating that they do. Thank you very kindly. All right. We'll now turn the floor over to Ms. Roberts. Now, do you have witnesses?
You don't have public testimony?
Okay. So you prefer we take the?
I think so.
Okay, very well. All right, we're going to call your name. First is Mr. Stephen House. Mr. Stephen House is providing public testimony. Stephen, S-T-E-V-E-N, last name H-O-W-S-E.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you very much for having this hearing here in Santa Clarita. It makes it much easier than trying to drive or take off time and head to Diamond Bar. So I want to thank the board and everybody here. I think you guys done an excellent job. Love the signs, everything you did here, so thank you so much. I do like a lot of the things that the AQMD has proposed as far as mitigations and items that they're asking for to help the residents. As a resident lives one of the closest houses to the landfill, I do feel a lot of the effects health-wise and the effects it has on my life. One of the things that I noticed when the landfill presented their argument is they concentrated so much on the leachate odors. While that does present a large part of the problem, we are also smelling daily trash operation odors. Now you may ask, how do I know it's daily trash operation odors? Because I've been to the landfill, I've been to the places where they dump the trash, and the odors that I smell at the landfill where they are dumping daily trash operations are the odors I am smelling at my house. It is easy to distinguish the smells between the two. That has been also confirmed multiple times by AQMD inspectors when they come by. And I mentioned that I smell those odors as well as leachate, sometimes landfill gas, and they do confirm that they smell the same as well. I also want to mention as far as health effects. I know a lot of the studies and say that there is not health effects. I want to mention that I have a lot of issues with my family as far as health effects, and I got quite a shocker when I went to a meeting that the EPA put on, and they handed out a document about benzene, what it is and what it causes. And I was speechless when I'm reading off the effects of benzene and realizing that almost every single health effect benzene toxology has on that paper, my family was experiencing. My wife actually can knock off almost, I think, every single one of the benzene effects. Now, is it a coincidence? I don't know. They're saying that they're finding benzene levels in our community and we're having those effects. You know, I'm a simple person, putting two and two together, maybe it is. I do want to say that I know that this is an inconvenience for the landfill, as far as closing down from 7 to 10 a.m., but that is when we smell the daily trash odors. So that would help our community, especially my wife, who is a stay-at-home mom and homeschools my son, that where she is at our house and she doesn't have to pack up and go. It's also very difficult because my wife has cancer, stage 3. It's difficult for her to go to a cooling room where there's other people. So I just ask that you guys think of the health effects and the community when you're looking at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Lindberg. Jeff, L-I-N-D-B-E. I'm sorry. I apologize. I want to make sure that there are questions from the petitioner.
No questions for this witness.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. House, why don't you come back to the microphone, sir? And a respondent, any questions from the respondent?
We don't have any questions, and I don't want to be entirely too disruptive, but Mr. House is currently represented in a lawsuit against Chiquita. I understand that likely a number of the individuals that are here to testify are likely represented. We don't have consent in order to cross-examine them, and so I'd just like to lodge a standing objection that their testimony be taken as testimony.
I just want to be clear for the record, Mr. House did check that he is that, are you authorized to represent a group? He says he's not authorized to represent a group or an organization, et cetera.
Sorry.
He stated that he's not authorized to represent a group or an organization. However, your objection is indeed noted.
Appreciate that.
Members of the board, questions for Mr. House?
Are you ruling on that objection? And if yes, can the district be heard on that objection?
Well, I'm overruling his objection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will waive comment.
All right, thank you very kindly. Noted as well as overruled. Members of the board, any questions? Okay. Thank you very kindly, Mr. House. You may take your seat, sir.
Thank you.
Jeff Lindberg, Lindberg.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the hearing board. My name is Jeff Lindberg. I represent the California Air Resources Board here today, and I'd like to first start by saying, expressing my appreciation to the district staff for the leadership that they've shown in addressing this issue. I'd also like to express CARB's support for the hearing board proposal that the staff has before you today. As you're aware, CARB is the statewide agency with responsibility over smog forming and greenhouse gas emissions in California. We work closely with the air districts, the local air pollution control districts and air quality management districts to support effective enforcement. We've been working closely with the air districts, or with the air district here, as well as our other state and local partners.
Stop. You might be a little too close to the microphone because it's muffling.
My apologies. We've been working closely with our local, state, and federal environmental oversight agencies with jurisdiction over the activities at Chiquita Canyon Landfill. These agencies have been meeting routinely, oftentimes daily, since fall of last year, to share information and coordinate regulatory and enforcement actions related to the ongoing subsurface reaction. As the district staff has presented, this reaction has caused an unprecedented number of public odor nuisance complaints, 13,000 so far this year, and has resulted in the issuance of more than 200 notices of violation by district staff. Similarly, other agencies have issued notices of violation and are requiring Chiquita Canyon to act quickly to cease the underlying issues within those agencies' jurisdictions. You've heard both the landfill and the district describe the actions that have been taken to mitigate the odors and bring the landfill reaction under control. Because this reaction may be going on for years, the actions required by this board and by the local, state, and federal oversight agencies are critical. The actions that you are asked to take today are important to achieving that goal. Making sure that the landfill does not compound the problems it's creating by limiting odorous causing activities such as excavating into buried waste, and by limiting the additional burden that even normal waste collection places on the community. CARB staff continues to believe that Waste Connections has a responsibility to be transparent with the community in everything it is doing to end this nuisance and to relieve the burdens their operations are causing. Your decision here today matters. The landfill's daily operations are resulting in this unprecedented odor nuisance. These landfill gases are known to have real health impacts affecting the lives of people working and living in the area, and we regularly hear neighboring residents pleas for help. CARB staff supports the district's request for these additional actions and respectfully requests the hearing board approve the modifications before you today. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, any questions of the gentleman?
No questions, but the district thanks CARBs for its ongoing support in this matter.
Ms. Morgan and Mr. Dajinski?
No questions, thank you.
Members of the board?
Just, Mr. Lindberg, just to clarify, you're with the California Air Resources Board?
That is correct.
And your position is?
I manage the district support section in CARB's enforcement division.
All right, thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you very kindly. Why don't you, can you leave a business card so we can make sure the court reporter has that information for you at?
I'll do that.
Subsequently, thank you very kindly, sir. All right, Mr. Carrie Frawling, Miss Carrie Frawling, I apologize. You want to move that microphone down a little bit so it's comfortable for you? All right.
Okay, do you have the spelling of my name? Do you want me to spell it?
Why don't you spell it and speak pretty loudly so that the court reporter can capture?
Okay, my name is Carrie Froling, and it's Kerry,
Frohling. I wanted to notify a few things. One, we have a vested right to clean air. And we need to have that vested right trump your vested right for a business. The business needs to follow the laws, follow the CUPs, and if you're failing at that, you need to do all the mitigations that AQMD is asking in order to continue on. There are, according to the LA County Board of Supervisors, I think it was at their March or April meeting, there are 5 other landfills that the trash can go to. Plus, there is the one that we paid for with taxpayer dollars in Mesquite, and it is a 100-year landfill. And it is not near any homes, it is not near any businesses, and this is where our trash should go. I have been told by a member of the EPA that you have people who are working on both the trash side and the trying to mitigate the landfill elevated temperature thing at the same time. And so that's why you're going so slowly. You need to get a dedicated crew who is just working on the landfill gas. And I think the closure from 7 to 10 is very reasonable. Actually, I think it just should shut down until it is taken care of, solved. Another thing I want the board to be aware is that the geo cover that is covering it is turning yellow. Something's going on. And I would also request that the NOV funds, or the NOV fines be given to the community to help offset our excessive electric bills and hardening of the home bills and stuff that their relief fund isn't even coming close to covering. And we need to know all the gases that are being speciated, not just the 13 they choose. We need to have them all put on the public website. And please take care of our children. We have lots of schools, Castaic Middle School, elementary, Live Oak Elementary, SCVI, and there's a couple of preschools. It's our little kids, and they need to have their lungs taken care of.
All right, Ms. Frohling, hold on one second. There may be some questions of you. Ms. Robert, Ms. Riker, any questions of Ms. Frohling?
No questions. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony
Thank you
today.
very kindly. Ms. Morgan, Mr. Dudzinski.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Members of the board. All right, thank you, Ms. Frohling.
Thank you.
Abigail DeSessa. Why don't you spell your name for the record?
Hi, my name is Abigail DeSessa, D-E-S-E-S-A. I'm a 25-year resident of Valverde Canyon in Castaic. This is my 5th time during this smoldering event testifying before this hearing board. That includes September of 2023, January, March, April, and now August of 2024. I have also testified during the 2019-2020 abatement order for this landfill. This landfill is a repeat offender to the environment. All promises from the landfill that a specific thing they were doing was going to solve the noxious gases infesting our lives, homes, schools, and businesses. It has been more than 2.5 years since this landfill has operated legally, per the reports from the government committees working on this event overseen by the federal EPA. The residents are sick, from infants to the elderly, and everyone in between. I am sick. I am a real person. You now see me. Our pets are sick, and 3 of my own have died. Our wildlife is being found all around our canyon dead, including birds and thousands of bees. This is more than an annoyance to our noses. It is a major health risk that is not short-term. 2.5 years is not short-term, and we still have no end in sight. The Porter Ranch gas leak lasted a total of 111 days, and thousands of residents were relocated with an emergency declaration declared by the city, the county, and the state. Reports have come out that the studies show that that area now has low birth rates at alarming levels since that gas leak exposed those residents. We are at 2.5 years exposed to the entire cocktail of gases, including methane. There is no way that even an expert toxicologist can accurately predict just how much damage is being done to us nearby residents. This has never happened before. At least that is what we keep hearing is the reason they aren't sure how to fix it and how long it will take. So how could they possibly know what damage is being done to us? While the residents deeply appreciate AQMD being the only agency we see real action from, leaving the people nearby to suffer from these dangerous gases needs to stop immediately. I am here as a private citizen, but for all full disclosure, I am one of 2 representatives on the Castaic Area Town Council for the area of Val Verde Canyon. The people of my area have been begging for an emergency declaration to help them get benefits that are not happening today, including tax relief for the funds that are being offered by the Landfills Relief Program. It is turning out to be a punishment program for many of us because it is heavily taxed and then puts families in a higher tax bracket, harming their hard-earned income. I am here today to beg this hearing board to please use all its influence to encourage the government agencies to start the emergency declaration process at the county level up to the state to get the financial relief the people of this suffering town need and deserve. We are being harmed every day. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. So, are there any questions of the testifier? Ms. Roberts, Ms. Riker?
No questions, Ms. DeSosa. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Ms. Morgan, Mr. Dejinski?
No questions, thank you.
Members of the board?
Please.
Thank you. Susan Evans, Susan Evans, Susan Evans. Susie, S-U-S-I-E, last name E-V-A-N-S. Take your time, Ms. Evans. Take your time now. Yes, sir. Yeah, why don't you help her down? There we go.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay, sorry it takes me so long to get down.
Oh, no, you no need to apologize. We'll make sure you get back up there, okay?
That's gonna be harder. Okay, Susan Evans, E-V-A-N-S, and yes, I am represented by attorney, but I also have a big stake in this whole thing. As you can tell, I can barely breathe right now. This whole mess with the dump has to do with money. Money for the county, money for the dump. And what Abigail had said about the money they give us, it's a drop in the bucket compared to what we need. I live as close as a couple other people right here. Can look out my back window and see the dump. It comes in my house daily. I have a myriad of problems and medications. And yes, there is another dump in Mesquite that we, the people, have paid for already. We've invited people to come to Val Verde and residents of other areas of Santa Clarita. Come to Val Verde, breathe it in, stay for a while, see how well you react to it. We have been prisoners in our own homes for over 2 years. The dump gave us a cool zone. Let me see now. It's a room in a hotel with a TV that the guards have control over. We can only drink their ice water. I couldn't even get my computer to send an email. That's how bad the Wi-Fi is. I would rather stay in my home, watch my own TV, use my own bathroom, drink my own drinks, and eat my own food. That's another thing. They won't let us eat in there either, but we're supposed to be there for 10 hours. Yeah, can't bring coffee. And I found out from somebody else, you buy their food, which their services don't start till 5. You cannot take it in that room, even if you buy the hotel food. There are 3 earthquake faults around the landfill. One is called the Holzer Fault. It starts over by the 126 and 5, goes up in through the industrial center and over into Ventura. The DeVal Fault, it starts at San Martinez Road, goes up and into Ventura. And there is a fault directly through the center of the dump. There is no way that with all the earthquakes we've had lately, that this one fault is not going to hit. In '94, there was a lot of damage to a lot of homes in Valverde. And at that time, I lived in Saugus. This is ridiculous. I don't want to deal with them anymore. I am tired of the political bull that is going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on one second, Ms. Evans. Ms. Robertson, any
No
questions of the
questions, Ms.
testifier?
Evans. Thank you for your testimony.
Ms. Morgan, Mr. Dujinski.
No questions, thank you.
Members of the board. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Ma'am, is that the one and only cooling center
Yes.
that's in the vicinity?
Yes. And it is a couple miles away from our town.
Thank you.
All right, can we get someone to help Ms. Evans back up? There we go. All right, perfect. Next testifier, Darcy Stinson. Darcy Stinson, S-T-I-N-S-O-N.
Hello, I'm Darcy Stinson. I think I can speak loud enough.
You know what, sir? Do me a
yes.
favor. We would like you to use a microphone so the court reporter can capture. Thank you very kindly.
All right, hear me better?
Absolutely.
All right, so that's D-A-R-C-Y-S-T-I-N-S-O-N. So I'm a resident of Valverde, have been for quite some time. There's a few things. I actually came here to ridicule AQMD because we've been dealing with this for so long, and I feel that the focus has been the leachate for quite a while. I applaud you, this hearing and the things you said. I feel like you're finally listening. Like finally, at every meeting I have said, I am smelling trash. Something really kind of, when we said I do, was the attorney in the fluff piece that she read, was she under oath for that fluff piece, or was she able to lie and spout whatever she wanted? Because the landfill has multiple times agreed the trash odors were smelling at our home, the trash odors that the AQMD representatives smell at our home, and your managers and your operators at your landfill smell at our home, is indeed trash. So you saying there is no trash, that's a bunch of bullshit.
Well, sir, hold on one second now. I just
Yeah.
want to be very clear now. I want us to use
Well, it is what it is.
collaborative and collegial language, and we have to comport ourselves accordingly.
That's fine, but I'm sorry, but I'm gonna do as I do. I will say I'm very thankful for the AQMD coming here. Like a lot of us, we can't get to Diamond Bar. The fact that you came here, I mean, my gloves are off. I appreciate all of this. Sorry that I swear. It's just kind of me half the time. As for the landfill, I notice you're not cross-examining anybody up here. I would say kudos in a legal term, because you probably don't want to, because you don't want other things on record from us, because we are under oath. Again, the trash odors is bad. The leachate odor, it's really bad. But you can fix the trash odors. You guys used to try to fix the trash odors. Now you don't. You guys are acting like, oh, well, everything's under the leachate, so we'll continue to do whatever we want, have open face, like the surfaces. There's just no care for the trash odors, and then you guys spout it over and over and over again that there isn't a trash issue. I'm sorry, that's a bunch of lies. And so thank you for your odor mitigation. I really, truly hope that that actually goes into place, because I think a lot of us residents that are dealing with the trash, that can fix the issue, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on one second, Mr. Stinson. Hold on one second.
Yeah, my bad.
You and I, we're good friends now.
My bad.
All right, Ms. Roberts, Ms. Riker.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Stinson, for your testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan, Mr. Dziedzynski.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stinson. I do have a handful of questions.
Perfect, thank
for you. And so you described that you were experiencing what you described to be landfill trash odors.
Yes.
And that's at your home?
Yes, it is.
And that's in Valverde?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Is that what we've been calling the President Streets?
I'm probably less than 1,000 feet from the landfill, so yes.
And so about how often, let's say, over
Daily.
the past 3 months, you've smelled
Probably
landfill trash
daily,
odors?
including today.
And for about how long would you experience those odors?
For the trash part, it actually lasts probably till about 10, 11. Sometimes it is there at 2, 3. Usually I called Steve Casulo and he says, oh yeah, we've dug something, we did another well, sorry, we unearthed something, or there's been a spill, or the plant has been down, or the flare shutdown's not working. I mean, there's always excuses, and I can provide evidence of all of that. So, yeah, the 7 to 10 is a big issue. Like, we smell it in the morning. I have another house, and I smell leachate at the house. I rarely smell trash, but it's far away. So if you're wondering how I can distinct between trash and leachate, I have 2 different places. I have another place I run to get away from it, and unfortunately, the wind likes to bring the leachate odor to me. But at my house in Valverde, yes, it's trash in the morning. And so if what they're saying they want to do, if you guys do that, I mean, Steve tells me constantly, please, I'm all ears. Money is no object. Please tell me what we can do. I mean, countless times at board meetings, at public meetings, on text. Please, if you have an idea, we want to hear it. They're telling you the idea, and we are on board with it because hopefully it can fix the trash odors. I understand leachate is a big issue, and it needs to be handled and fixed. But nobody seems to know really how to fix it yet, but the trash can be. And so your normal permit, AQMD, they've been here for trash in years before, and they handled the trash issues. Now it's a bigger issue with the leachate. But the trash hasn't been handled the last year or two. It's always been leachate. But the trash is just, you guys have had free range to do what you want. And so, I'm sorry that I'm speaking about a bunch of other stuff, but it's to answer your question. During those times, it would absolutely benefit the residents of Castaic. No doubt in my mind.
And so I believe that you were referring to kind of the prior proceedings under a previous stipulated order for abatement when the working face issues were addressed. And you believe that those issues were addressed based upon the mitigation measures that Chiquita had implemented under that order for abatement?
Sometimes, yes. Not always. Because the calls didn't end up stopping. Steve didn't end up, not coming by my house. AQMD didn't, it wasn't like they never heard from me. So the odors were still present, but it was a lot less. I don't know if you've ever been down to the size that they're suggesting, but for this instance, the trash, at the levels of the odors that we're smelling trash now, is unheard of from prior years. And I've been dealing with you guys for 20 years almost. And so right now is at unprecedented unprecedented levels of trash odor, like operating trash. And so I'm hoping this can fix it, because all I hear from the landfill is always, we're trying, we're trying. I know I'm totally done with my time, but I would like, maybe the landfill has a lot of options. They say, we're open to everything. I don't know what this guy does for a business. I have no clue. But maybe hear him out, because you guys have done so many things for the trash odors, like, here, we're gonna try this, we're gonna try more flares, more fans. None of it seems to work. And so what's the problem with trying to find some other company like his that can do it? I don't know him, so I'm not getting anything from him. But what does it hurt to hear him out and try to implement it? If you guys spend all this money, which Steve tells me you guys always do, what's it hurt? If his process doesn't work, then it doesn't work. But if there is an ounce that it can help the residents, why not hear him out? I mean, I am down for anything, anything.
And so I guess my next question is, you had mentioned that, you know, it's your understanding that Chiquita's not doing anything to address the working face odors at this time. I guess my question is, you know, what is that testimony based on?
That I'm still smelling trash almost every single day, and the inspectors come to the house and smell trash every single day.
But have you been to the working face to see if Chiquita's doing anything
Yeah.
to address the trash?
Oh, I mean, I've gone there on dump day. I don't go there because I try to get away from there as much as I can. But I've been to the landfill, I can't tell you, in 20 years, hundreds and hundreds of times. I've been there so many times because, you know, I just go there quite a bit, especially during dump days. So thank you for the dump days, I use them. But I've been up there. Steve has invited me before to go to the working face, and I have smelt it. I've driven around in their vehicles back there with Mike Herntz, a former employee of Chiquita Canyon. I've been up there with Mike Dean, the former supervisor or manager of the landfill. I mean, I can call dozens of people that I've been there, so I absolutely know the difference between trash and leachate, if that's your question.
Well, and so when was the last time that you were there?
Last dump day. I'm more than happy to go another time. I mean, I'm totally open.
I'm sure Steve would invite you. But when, like, so is that last week, last month?
I can't tell you. I mean, I don't know when the last dump day was. Maybe in June or July.
Okay. And so during that time, you didn't see Chiquita operating any odor mitigation measures around the working face?
So that's kind of a long question if I can answer it. In the past, when we had dump day, a lot of times the working face of the landfill was like right here. You're like, I mean, perspective, like this is a flat area. The working face would be right here. Dump day would be right here. We could see the operations of the landfill. We could see the working face. We'd drive up next to it. You could smell the working face of the landfill. And I've mentioned back during the expansion time frame, at one point, I was like, God, if I smell this at my house, that would be horrible. Well, that's what I'm smelling now. You know, and I joked about it. And he's like, oh, no. And so, yes, so what I'm trying to get to is in the past, dump day, when we're invited in there, they are right by each other. In the past few years, the working face is way over here, like at the parking structure of COC, and the free dump day people get to go dump where Diane Van Cook building is. Totally separate areas, different elevations, totally far away. They're not next to each other. So in my opinion, the reason for that, probably this is an opinion, is in the past, some people have taken photos when they're at dump day of, you know, what people say, I think they said it was sludge, but landfill, I believe you guys said it was drill casings or cuttings, liquid nastiness coming out of dump trucks, and some people took photos of it. You guys took a huge offense to it. And then I believe after that, put signs, no photos, no photography. I don't know if that was during that time, but you've said, do not take photos, it's not allowed here. And so I don't know if that could be leading up to why they're now separated. So the main working face of the landfill is separate, from my understanding, of dump day. So on those days, you have 2 separate dumps. You know, you have normal people, and then you have all the commercial haulers.
Understood. And so based on that distance, were you actually able to observe what Chiquita was doing around the active working face? Like, would you see mitigation measures, or was it just too far away?
You know, a couple times driving down the 126, I've seen it, and it looks freaking massive. But I can't tell you when. I mean, I'll be a lot more observant now, or maybe I'll do weekly monitorings of the landfill if Steve will allow me to. Or daily. I mean, it's up to you guys. I'm retired, so.
And so when did you say that the uptick in landfill trash odors started?
I mean, I always smell trash usually, but it's gotten a lot worse in the last probably year and a half. You know, it's gotten a lot worse. I mean, sometimes in the morning, I mean, when you're in a house and it's sealed and the windows are shut and your doors are shut, you don't have air on, no swamp cooler on, and you wake up because of the landfill odors, that's pretty bad. I mean, that's, like, my house is sealed. How is it, unless it's coming up through the ground? I mean, I've had methane tests and stuff. I don't know what to do, but we smell trash quite often. And so I appreciate you asking these questions, because they need to be heard, because you're fighting so hard against their mitigation, but in fact, I think that's exactly what needs to be done, because all we see is money. You guys just want to continue business and do all this stuff in. I mean, hell, 2 days ago, you guys had a massive hazmat spill when you guys spilt like 3,000 gallons of leachate on the ground or something like that. Like, we're living next to this. And that happened, I heard, at like 3 in the morning. That morning was horrendous. I had to leave my home again, like always. I mean, and in retrospect to that, for this hearing, I mean, when that spill occurred, how long did it take for you guys to call the emergency response or something for that? Because I saw a video of a fire truck going in daylight. Well, 3 a.m. is not daylight. You know, I wasn't there. These are things I've been seeing online. But that seems pretty damn serious, in my opinion. I know that's not your question. Sorry, I don't know if I'm outspoken, but.
You're doing well, Mr. Stinson. I appreciate it. I guess the last question that I'd ask you is, you know, you're recommending that the board should adopt the mitigation measures as proposed by the AQMD. I guess, do you have any particular expertise in landfill operations or anything like that?
I'd like to say no, but I mean, on books, absolutely not. I've not gone to school for that at all. So the clean answer is no. However, talking to Steve Casulo and talking to manufacturers that manufacture half the equipment that the landfill uses, including their flares. I mean, I talked to Steve about, I can't remember the company, that they own their flares, who Chiquita buys the flares from. And Steve would say back in the day, you know, can't get a thermocouple, which is like a small portable unit that burns off landfill gas. Talking to the manufacturers that make them, they said, well, the oil company uses, and I could be getting them cross-referenced, but another name of something. It's like a thermal oxidizer. Actually, I think the landfill calls them thermal oxidizers. The oil industry calls them thermocouples. They told me they're the exact same machines. Exact, identical. The only difference is the two organizations call them different. They told me that there's a lot of them available. Steve said there wasn't any of them available. And so I gave the numbers to Steve. So I've done, you know, just research, Google, backgrounds, calling, listening to these CEOs of these multi-million-dollar companies telling me about their equipment that the landfill uses and leases. And yeah, I shouldn't be doing any of that, honestly. I mean, I in my opinion, I probably know more things than I should about a landfill that I don't want to know anything about. I mean, that's in my opinion. Am I an expert? Absolutely not. I just know what the landfill tells me, which is, you know, while recently not as much because I'm just done with the lies. I'm done with, we're trying to do better, we're trying to do better. This happened, that happened, and it's like I'm here suffering constantly. And so I try to get away from it. And I don't even call AQMD all the time anymore. I used to call all the time. And it just, I had lost faith in the AQMD. I'm sorry, you know, for you guys, but it's just, finally, I feel like we're being heard about at least the trash. And this leachate, don't get me wrong, it's a huge issue. The leachate is really bad. It's everywhere. Hell, you can go to Walmart and smell it at Walmart on Newhall Ranch Road. I mean, mind you, the Embassy Suites, by the way, your guys' cooling room, you can smell it at the Embassy Suites. Why don't you go at like the hotel by the mall? I can't remember what that is, the Hyatt or something. I've never smelt it over at the mall. I mean, I smell it by Batman at Six Flags. I don't know how to, you can't move the people around Batman and take the whole ride somewhere, but you can smell it inside Six Flags. That, I will say, that's mainly leachate, or if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and that was never. Like, you could never smell the landfill, trash, operating, anything in Six Flags, and now you do. Sometimes even Hurricane Harbor this summer, I noticed. And it's like I'd go there to get away from my house, and you can even smell it over the chlorine. Sorry, I'm just kind of rambling.
I appreciate your testimony, Mr. Stinson. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
I would, Chairman Ali, we would move to strike the portions of Mr. Stinson's testimony pursuant to Hearing Board Rule 9B3, which does not permit hearsay evidence for the that would, unless to support a finding. So to the extent Mr. Stinson was testifying about conversations he had with Mr. Casulo or any other landfill.
The district would like to be heard on that objection before the chair rules.
So to the extent he was testifying about conversations or anything said by Mr. Casulo or anyone at the landfill, we would move to strike that testimony.
No, hold on now.
Yep.
So we're done with you providing testimony. We're now, I want to be clear, we're done with him providing
Yes.
testimony? Okay, but we can't hear you anymore, my friend. I got you, my friend. Thank you very kindly. All right. Ms. Roberts, you wanted to be heard on
Yes,
Ms.
before you
Morgan's
move
point.
to strike, one that is contrary to the California Health and Safety Code, you are obligated under the California Health and Safety Code to consider the relevant testimony of anyone from the public who provides public testimony, and he is doing so, and he has afforded that right under the Health and Safety Code. But secondly, specifically to the hearing board rules itself, hearsay is not only permitted as testimony, but it can be used to support a finding if in coordination with other evidence. We have not yet concluded the hearing. You have not heard all of the evidence. There will be additional evidence. So even though his might be hearsay and it does go to a finding, it is not the only evidence that would be the sole basis of that finding. And where it's not the sole basis of the finding, hearsay should not be stricken. And that is consistent with Hearing Board Rule 9, and it affords this public witness his full right that is afforded to him under the Health and Safety Code. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and we're going to overrule that, Ms. Morgan, and allow it to be admitted into evidence. All right, we're going to move to our next testifier, Bob Bouchard. Is it Bouchard? There we go. All right, come on to the microphone, my friend. All right. Why don't you state your first and spell your last name, please?
All right, my first name legal name is Robert. It's R-O-B-E-R-T. Last name Bouchard, B-O-U-C-H-A-R-D.
All right, sir, the floor is yours.
You know, my point of coming up here, I don't have a prepared statement. You're going to hear from my heart, and everything I say will be what I saw, smelled, tasted, and even every sense I had. A little bit on my background. I'm an aerospace engineer from 1979, worked for major companies, and I see how things are managed at a top level, even though Boeing is collapsing right now. And so I've retired in this community. I moved in 1989. What's that? 34 years, I guess. I never smelled the dump until the third week of last year in January. But before that, I saw sensors being put in. I live near the local park, excuse me, that's closest to the elementary school that's closest to the dump. I live 1.9 miles from the dump. I got a unique experience from what you've heard here. I don't live in Val Verde, but I live pretty close. The area of a circle goes up by the square of the distance from the center. A lot more people are being affected and they are being affected. And you're going to hear my experience now of how I experienced and how that got rolled out to me as a technical person my whole career. So that's a different perspective than I don't think you've heard. And so I smelled it the third week in January of last year. I knew there was something going on because there were sensors being put in. I got interest at that point, great interest. And so I started going to meetings, so I feel I'm pretty experienced. I maybe not know exactly what's going on, but I smell it, and it wasn't daily, but starting at that time, it was pretty intense, what I thought was intense at the time. Everything's relative. And, but come summertime, the intense, you got to imagine a big green cloud that can't see green, but you feel it in your eyes, come rolling in. So there are times when it's intense, not all the time, rarely, but when it happens, that's a failure. Now, the question I leave with you, is that a noble known? I think it's a noble known. It rarely happens. You talk to NASA. A noble known is what you're tracking. And those are the most important things to be tracking, not the least. Now I'm going to move over to my experience with the dump a little bit. And it's got worse and worse, and you've heard the experience, and I smell it every single day at a low level. But I smell it other times, which I'm really here to talk about. You need to defend us against it. It's not the all the time issue. It's the intense moment for maybe hours. And the reason why I'm a little emotional, the first time I had that experience, I was coming back from Big Sur, driving through there's an industrial center that's very close. Am I limiting time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for the help. And so my bottom line is the dump has not been responsive. I would call and say, hey, wow, and they said, let me go move the orchard fans. This was in March of last year. Do I get a cut?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your
Thank you
for this opportunity.
Hold on one second, Mr.
Oh,
Broussard.
yeah,
Hold on.
absolutely. Thank you.
Ms. Racker, Ms. Roberts, any questions of the,
No questions. Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Ms. Morgan, Mr. Dudzinski?
No questions, thank you.
Members of the board, any questions? All right, thank you, sir. Thank you very kindly. Okay, I received 2 additional cards. I want to make sure, just kind of, okay, did you take the oath? Okay, we'll get you in a second. And then Christina Watson, did you take the oath? Okay, so we'll get you in a second. We're going to get Tom Barron. Tom Barron, he's providing public witness testimony. We already have your name for the record, is that
Right,
correct?
Thomas Barron, B-A-R-R-O-N. I gave testimony earlier. I have some evidence to present, but unfortunately we can't put it up on the screen, of the ongoing problem with particulate matter coming from the dump, which is actually related to another safety issue that is would support the closure of the dump, which is the danger the trucks the danger from the trucks entering and exiting on Highway 126. Highway 126, from the perplexity, says, Highway 126, known as Blood Alley, has been notorious for traffic fatalities over the decades. Between 1990 and 1994, there were 34 deaths on the 6-mile segment of the highway. More recently, data from 2022 recorded 103 accidents, injuries, and at least 3 deaths, while in 2021 saw 118 serious accidents resulting in 4 deaths. Despite improvements such as widening the road, highway remains dangerous due to factors like inattentive driving and challenging road conditions. I brought up the issue earlier of there being debris on 126. I have photographs of trucks exiting from August 16th, which I can provide, creating a giant cloud of dust. My particular issue is I have ridden with the Santa Clarita Velo for the last 20 years. We're on our bicycles back and forth there on a regular basis. I drive this stretch every single day, and there's as you know, there's a memorial sitting right opposite the door of the dump now for a death. But Caltrans and I have been attempting to get the landfill to sweep the debris from the bicycle lane, which is causing trouble for us. But also, this is an area that is an ongoing cloud of particulate matter that I believe the AQMD is responsible to be handling. And I would like to know from the landfill who would be, to whom I should address my comment or get clarification as to why they are not sweeping this area on a regular basis to keep the dust and particulate matter at a minimum.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Are there any questions from Ms. Riker, Ms. Roberts?
No questions, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
Ms. Morgan, Mr. Dudzinski?
No questions, thank you.
Members of the board? All right, no questions. Thank you very kindly. So we're going to administer the oath to Watson as well as Arabalo. Just please stand, raise your right hand, all right? Do you solemnly state under the penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. We're going to take one of you now, and then we'll take the other when we return from lunch. We'll go ahead and take Christina Watson. So just so we're clear, these are the last individuals to provide public witness testimony. We will not be accepting any additional cards. Okay, you know what? I do apologize. Why don't we do this? We're going to take a break.
Yeah,
We'll come back at 1:30 and we'll pick you up. Just have to.
absolutely.
Very well, no problem.
Thank you.
And I do thank you for obliging. At this time, we're going to go off the record at 12:57 p.m. 12:27 p.m. and we will return at 1:27 p.m. We're off the record. Ladies and gentlemen, just to give you a few seconds warning, we'll be teeing up pretty soon. Yes, I drove right by it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 1:29 p.m. We're back on the record. I'm going to call Christina Watson.
Hello, hi. Should I spell my name?
Yeah, please, first and last.
Okay. My first name is Christina, last name Watson. First name spelled C-R-I-S-T-I-N-A, last name Watson, W-A-T-S-O-N. And yes, so I am a former resident of Val Verde, and I also was a lifeguard at the pool, former county employee with the Parks and Recreation Division, but I'm currently a filmmaker. I'm sure you guys can see me up there in the corner. I came back home to make a documentary about the place that I grew up in because it was a really special place to me. My family moved there in 1997 and unfortunately had to leave in 2010 when my mother died early from a subarachnoid hemorrhage. Prior to that, she did develop asthma that was only experienced when she was at home. This is despite her working at LAX as an employee for 30 years. And I would also like to bring to testimony just a reminder of the history of this place. Val Verde was established in the 1920s as an African-American leisure site back in LA County when its community and its government did not allow Black people to buy homes or to have any kind of leisure sites. As we all know, Bruce's Beach is one of the examples of that. And Val Verde was able to do that because it is so secluded. And it remained a haven for Black people for several decades. And then in the 60s, this is when the landfill came in the late 60s and early 70s, I should say. Now, Waste Connections wasn't here when that was established, but I just want to point out that you are a continuation of environmental injustice that exists in this community, and that we should seriously be considering whether landfills should be this close to people. Many of you are likely not living so close to a landfill. And I also want to point out the irony of this is that I was able to go to college because I received funding from the landfill through a scholarship that allowed them to operate right next to my community. I didn't know it at the time, but I received it from the CBFC, which is a fund that many people in here know about. I got a free bus pass, and yes, I received funding. And I went on to get a filmmaking degree, and now I'm back here to understand more about this place. And it's really hard not to see this. I only wanted to come back for the history, but this must be known, and all of you up here are responsible for this too. What is happening in this community? I hope she is okay with me saying this. Miss Evans lives in the house that my family used to live in, and she is very sick, just like my mother was. And yes, so thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you all.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, any questions of Ms. Watson?
No, thank you, Ms. Watson. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Mr. Dujinski?
I would just move to strike the completion of that testimony as it is not relevant for the questions that are before the hearing board today.
I oppose the striking of that on relevance grounds. It is relevant that she is a former resident here, and she is speaking to the issues that are relevant to this community that go into the overall weighing of the balance of harms here.
I'm going to overrule and allow the testimony to stand. Any members of the board have any questions? All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Watson. All right, Ms. Arballo.
We're getting there.
Well, you're gonna help me out.
I will
After lunch,
certainly.
everybody's happy after lunch, right?
My name is Cher Arabalo,
Adam Robert Adam Baker Adam Lincoln Ocean. I have 20 years of law enforcement experience. I was a captain in the sheriff's department.
Hello, wait, start over.
Arabalo.
And your first name?
Cher, like Sonny and Cher, but Sonny's not here. He got out. He
Hold
was
on one
smart.
second. Hold on one second, Captain. Did you get that? All right, Captain, the floor is yours.
Right. So, as my shirt says, I'm local. There's a lot of locals here, not enough. I was actually sick this morning, and that's why I was late. And my point about that is that I know that most of you are not local, and so I do appreciate you being here and listening to us and listening to what our testimonies are, because it's very, very important to get that down. Because you aren't breathing the air we're breathing or getting the symptoms we're getting. And I have to say, of all the agencies, and I've dealt with a lot of them in my lifetime, AQMD has been above and beyond professional. Larry, you're amazing. Your crews are amazing. Any interaction, and they come to us when we're upset. Like, I've had a panicky night where somebody said earlier, it creeps in your house and you can't get it out and everything's closed and you don't know what to do. And you call them and they're like, you're okay. Like, they're wonderful. I just want to say that. I also want to say that based on my career, I would say you have to look at evidence, hard evidence. And there's a lot of it. If you look at even their very own monitors, there's very high levels of chemicals that we're not supposed to be breathing. The last week, acetone was showing high. I can't even buy full-strength acetone to get my nail polish off, but I can, I guess, go outside and just go like this and maybe it'll come off because it's been real high. I don't know what that does to me, but it's making us sick. I left this summer for 5 weeks. My symptoms almost completely went away. I came home and 3 days later, I was experiencing the very same symptoms that I had before I left. It's very real. It's happening to all of us. And I live in Hasley Hills, 2.5 miles from the landfill. Not as close as these fine folks in Val Verde. God bless them. I don't know how they're doing it. I have submitted 87 complaints that I could see since March on my app to AQMD. I know my household has submitted probably 200. Most of them odor, being sick. My 24-year-old daughter was very sick the other day, didn't know why. Well, my AC's out, horrible. Can't use my whole house fan because I can bring in poison into my home. She had her window open, and apparently they had a chemical spill. I didn't know that. She woke up very sick. It happens, and it's not getting better, and I'm just begging you to hold them accountable. CUP violation one after another. I work for a place right now. We have a CUP. If we violated it 3 times, we're in a very, like a Bel Air part of town, we would be held accountable, probably shut down. And they violate and violate and violate. I'm just asking you, like, there's a list of 18 chemicals that refineries have to report, according to, I don't know how you say it, WEHA, but we're reporting 13. Why not 18? Why not the same as refineries? And I appreciate your time, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, thank you. Erica Larson, did you provide? Oh, that's you, right? Now, where's Erica Larson? Okay, hold on one second, Ms. Larson, and then Missy Cindric. Missy? Okay, now didn't you provide testimony before, or was that public? Okay, just want to make sure. So we're going to do the oath. All right, Larson?
Do you have
Mr.
any
Chair,
questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. The lunch was too good.
It was good.
My mind has already moved on to cocktails. All right, Ms. Roberts.
No questions.
All
Thank
right.
you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Morgan Dejinski.
Yes, I think I'd like to re-raise our standing objection with respect to Ms. Arabalo. She is also represented by counsel in litigation against Chiquita. This would also include Ms. Carrie Froling, Abigail DeSesa, Stephen House, and Susie Evans, all of whom provided testimony. Chiquita is unable to cross-examine these witnesses because we do not have the consent of their counsel. We think that considering their statements as testimony violates Chiquita's due process rights, and we would ask that the hearing board not consider their statements as testimony.
Mr. Chair, if I may briefly respond. The board already heard these arguments. The board took briefing, had a pre-hearing conference specifically for these objections, and already ruled on it. that ruling should stand. And as the board did rule, this is a false issue. They have the ability to cross-examine them in this context. And our briefing that we submitted on this issue walks through why that is not in conflict with the rules of professional responsibility. Thank you.
I want Mr. Dudzinski to know that his comments are in fact noted and overruled. And so members of the board, any additional questions of the gentle lady? Thank you, Captain. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on one second. Mr. Balakapalan has a question.
Arbo, is it?
Arballo.
Carbo. You mentioned you had recently, since March, 87 complaints. Were you able to differentiate between trash odors versus landfill gas odors or leachate odors?
Sometimes. Sometimes it's, well, I mean, I guess I don't know because I don't work in that field. But to me, sometimes it's very pungent and sour, rancid, which I believe is perhaps leachate. Sometimes it is more of like a chemical smell with that. Sometimes it does smell like as if your trash bin had been sitting out in the sun for like 2 weeks full of food that went bad in the fridge, something like that. It's hard to describe at times. But yes, there are differences in the odors. They're overwhelming at times.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
All right, so Cindric, Larson, Everett, Clark, Weirman, or Wireman, and then the last one is O-L-A-G-U-E. Say it again? Olvages. Olages, gotcha. Okay, can you all stand, please? Can you all stand? I called your name, please stand. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state under the penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, the record is clear, and there are witnesses to the fact that you guys have all agreed and you've accepted the oath. Okay, we're going to call up Larson. And just please spell your name for the record and speak clearly into the microphone so that the court reporter can capture you.
My name is Erica Larson, E-R-I-C-A. Last name Larson, L-A-R-S-E-N. Ready? Okay.
Ready, go.
I am the president of the Val Verde Civic Association. I'm also on the board of the Val Verde Historical Society. Today I'm speaking as a resident, but an actively involved leader in the community. I have some corrections that Ms. Morgan represented about the relief program. From the Community Advisory Committee meeting on Tuesday, August 7th last week, John Perkey, the Vice President, Deputy General Counsel for Compliance and Government Waste Connections, said, quote, a little over $2 million, unquote, has been given in relief funds. So I wanted to just share that that's what he publicly said on record. Excuse me, I'm shaky. This seems like an obvious discrepancy in the amount that has been given to the community, or at least that we have been told. So I hope that, I don't want to step on toes. The other thing that I want to mention is also at that same meeting, John Perkey relayed that the relief program is actually going to be changed to a reimbursement system in December. That means that community members have to pay any costs, any funds, any contracting, et cetera, and then will be reimbursed from the landfill. As a low-income community of color, this is incredibly problematic. A lot of people means that they will not receive any relief. Another inconvenient truth that I feel is that, and we mentioned before, that if you apply for this relief funding, it is income, taxable income. A lot of people have mentioned that this affects what income bracket that you are in. And in my case, it actually means that I might have to decide between my kids losing their health care, because we are receiving a significant amount of income each month from the application. And then the other factor that I want to just bring up is the application language. Quote, this is from the application. By submitting this form, you understand that any compensation received through this... Sorry.
You got to slow down, ma'am.
Sorry, I want to get my 2 minutes.
Hold on one second. What do you want her to restart?
From the beginning, when she's reading, you need to slow
Can we stop my clock?
No, and take your time, my
Sorry.
friend, take your time. We're not going anywhere anytime soon.
Okay, thank you. All right, then I'll be chill. By submitting this form, you understand that any compensation received through this program is intended to compensate you for damages or injury you are claiming you have suffered from any odors or fumes emanating from the Chiquita landfill, including but not limited to adverse health effects, past, current, or future, parentheses, impacts on use, enjoyment, and/or value of property, impacts on daily activities, and/or any other personal injuries or property damage you may claim to have suffered, unquote. That is directly from the application, where we're asked to sign off on. This language makes residents incredibly uncomfortable, and with receiving this funding, it has strings attached, okay? Starting in December, they have stated the relief program will be shifted to reimbursement. I said that. The cool zone, indeed, residents are bringing up this cool zone. People are not, sorry. People are not allowed to bring food or drink in the space. I am a former Embassy Suites employee. I know that this is something that we would totally do for our guests, but it is the discretion of the landfill that people are told that they are not allowed to bring any food or drink. I have 2 kids. That does not make it accessible for me or many of my residents. The health data. No one in my household or anybody in the community, sorry, can I just say one more?
Just give us 1 second.
Okay, 1 second.
No, go right ahead. Say what you have to say in 1 second.
Okay. The health surveys, no one has been directly surveyed for their health. No one especially has been surveyed for the impacts on their mental health, which I feel like is incredibly directly related to our physical health. I want to commend the AQMD for doing this and being an active department with boots on the ground, engaging our community. You are getting data directly from the public. Thank you for engagement. 1 second, I'm almost done. The residents have been requesting for the intake to be reduced for months and to no avail. And I want to just end with a quote from Desmond Tutu. Quote, "There comes a point where we need to stop just pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find why they're falling in," unquote. Now you might see I'm saying that because we need to figure out the source. We're still in the river. No one has pulled us out of the river. They're only focused on this incident. And maybe you don't know. You may not realize the importance of your decision on your soldiers. You will be setting a precedent moving forward if our public waste systems are allowed to operate the detriment and the health and well-being of residents, the environment, in particular to Val Verde, low-income communities of colors who are significantly disproportionately impacted.
Okay, Ms. Larson, no, hold on 1 second. Ms. Roberts,
I'll stay
any
here.
questions? Hold on 1 second. Ms. Roberts, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Morgan Dujinski.
I would simply re-raise my standing objection with respect to Ms. Larson, who is also represented by counsel in litigation against Chiquita Canyon Landfill. I would also object to any hearsay testimony, specifically statements supposedly made by Mr. John Perkey.
On the hearsay with respect to John Perkey, he is an employee of Waste Connections who is a party opponent. That is an exception to the hearsay rule, and my prior statements about why this should be overruled under the hearing rules notwithstanding that still stand. But specifically, this is a party opponent. There is no hearsay here.
All right, let the record reflect that your comments, Mr. Dujinski, are noted and overruled. Any comments from members of the hearing board? All right, thank you. Thank you very kindly, Ms. Larson. Now, folks, I want to be very fair, and I really want us to keep to the 3 minutes. So let us try desperately to hold firm to the 3 minutes. Ms. Everett.
Chairman Ali, may we raise another objection for the record? We'd object to the continued applause from the audience as unduly prejudicial. This is a judicial proceeding, and it should be held in such a fashion.
Now that I will indeed sustain. So we do want to comport ourselves, and we want to make certain that we keep applause down. There you go. I told you you're my friend. We're going to do this. All right, we won't clap. Is that okay, Ms. Morgan? Okay, there we go. All right, so no clapping, folks. Let us move through this very quickly and intentionally. Ms. Everett.
Hello, my name is Gloria Everett, Gloria Everett. I live in Hasley Canyon, Castaic, just very close to the dump. We're just elevated a little bit so that lovely air just floats right on over to us. What I wanted to bring about for everyone's attention here is that there's mental stress from all of this. There's physical stress and illness from all of this, but there's also financial stress related to all of this. Several people in this room own their properties. If you own your property and you consult with a realtor right now, the realtor will tell you, it's a hotbed out there. You can't sell in Castaic. Nobody wants to buy. I received my real estate tax statement, which shows that my personal residence has reduced in value $100,000 in this last year. My husband and I have worked hard all of our lives to pay for our property, and now we're affected by the dump. We don't think that we can sell it and get a fair price for it, or we could sell it and take a pretty big loss because of all of this nonsense. We were told 2 years ago by a realtor who's a friend of ours that, hey, they know there's a problem. I think they're gonna get it solved. Just hang in there, and then you can go ahead and sell and get away from this hell on earth. Well, that hasn't happened, and my value has reduced. And that's what I'm looking at to retire with. So I don't know if anyone else has mentioned that, but I know a lot of these folks own their residence and they've paid for it for so many years, and now they're at a loss. It's not fair. It's not right. Mental, physical, financial. Am I leaving anything out, guys? Those three things, right? Okay. And husbands and wives argue about this. My husband loves our house. He loves where it's positioned. He loves the beautiful view that we have overlooking the hills. He doesn't want to leave. But I wake up every morning with a headache, a big headache and bloody noses. So I do want to leave, but I don't want to leave $100,000 of earned equity to the wayside. So it's a bad spot. It's a bad spot that we're in. So please just help us. Just please help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Any questions of Ms. Everett?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Jasinski?
No questions.
Go right ahead, sir. Oh, you don't have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, very well. Ms. Morgan, you good? Members of the hearing board, do you have any questions of Ms. Everett? No? Okay, thank you. Clark. Cody, is it Cody Clark? There we go.
Hello. I've lived in Valverde and Castaic for 30 years.
Hold on just one second. You're spelling your last name C-L-A-R-K, correct?
That's correct.
First
Cody.
name is C-O-D-Y.
That's correct.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm going to read something from the Community Air Sampling and Health Risk Screening Evaluation Report. They put this out on February 7th, 2024. Benzene was detected in exceedance of the laboratory practical quantization limit, PQL, in 166 of the community air samples at concentrations ranging from 0.18 microns to 1.8 with an average concentration of 0.62. All 166 detections exceeded the DTC Hero HHR residential SL's indoor air quality. Okay, that's in the report. So there's no question there, okay? At the city council meeting, when they say, when the health board says that it's not, benzene is not over the limit, they're referring to acute, but we're chronic, okay? So for acute, in 10-hour shift, it can go to 0.1, okay? Here it said it went to 1.8, okay? And we're there all the time, so we're chronic, okay? It's not to exceed 1.0 for 15 minutes, okay? So all this is clear in the report. Community stations MS-06 through MS-12, of the 12 samples, 100% had detections of benzene over the laboratory reported limit, okay? I didn't write this. You guys wrote this, okay? So I'm just going to skip to this report that I found. This is from 1982, okay? This is the evaluation that they put when they wanted to expand the landfill, and it clearly says in here, this explains everything that's going on, and we are in the worst case scenario. This was saying, okay, geographically, the site is underlying the Saugus Foundation, which is an aquifer. So there's two aquifers that are underneath this landfill. And the real issue is that the leachate is going down into our drinking water. And this report explains the dangers that if in cell D is over where it can leak into the river, go down the aquifer, it has all the guidelines of stuff, waste, toxic waste that's not supposed to go into the landfill. And the worst case scenarios happen on cell D2, I'll finish here, D2, it has collapsed, and the lining has collapsed, and the leachate is going down into the ground, okay? So the air problems that we're having and the fumes and the chemical exposure, that's just a side effect to the real issue, which is probably, in my opinion, the biggest engineering environmental disaster currently in the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, hold on one second, Mr. Clark. Ms. Roberts, have any questions of the testifier?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Clark, for your testimony.
Dujinski Morgan?
I do have a couple of questions.
The floor is yours, sir.
So you'd referenced a few numbers. I think I have them written down correctly. Was it 0.08 to 1.8 benzene?
Yes.
Do you know what that concentration was? Was that parts per billion, parts per million by volume?
Parts per. It's actually not parts per billion. You have to do the math.
So which one is it reported in?
It's UQM.
Micrograms per meter cubed?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and you referenced a DTSC standard, I believe. Is that an indoor air standard?
I don't know. Possibly.
I guess
It's all in the report.
Do you know who prepared that report?
Yes. ROUX.
Would that be RU?
Sure.
Okay. Do you have any experience in toxicology, Mr. Clark?
No.
What about hydrogeology?
No.
Water quality monitoring?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on one second, Mr. Clark. Hold on now. We got one more step in the process, members of the board. Mr. Pearman.
Could you just identify the name and the author of the 1982 study you referred to?
State of California Regional Water Quality Control Board, order number 8952, waste discharge requirements. That's all I got. I mean, I can.
Thank you, Mr. Balakapalan.
Thank you.
Hold on one second, Mr. Clark. You're in a hurry to get to your seat, huh?
No, this shit makes me really mad.
Oh, no. Come on,
This
Mr.
is hard.
Clark.
This is hard to do.
No, and I'm with you, but you know what? We really want you to know we're listening to you and we're paying attentive.
I appreciate that.
I just wondered what,
Mr. Balakapalan.
if you have a page number for that report,
For which report?
the RUC's report?
Oh, a page number?
Yeah,
Oh, well, there's 1,100 pages.
but where did you get that paragraph that you were reading?
Oh, I wouldn't be able to tell you right off the top
Okay,
of my
that's
head.
fine.
I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you.
All right, Sarah Weirman, did I pronounce that correctly? Okay, the floor is yours. Just please spell your last name for the record.
I'm Sarah Weirman, W-I-E-R-M-A-N. First name? Sarah, with an H. My family moved here
just a little over 2 years ago, we purchased a ranch in Hasley Canyon. I didn't prepare anything, I apologize. I almost didn't make it here today. I was ill this morning. My whole family has been sick. My 13-year-old daughter suffers intense joint pain, as do my husband and I. And my son complains of joint pain, not on a daily basis, but he does. I got alerted about a year ago from my Apple Watch that my oxygen levels were dipping in the evening to a critical level. I pay for an app to monitor my sleep. And they've dipped as low as the 70s in the evening. And on a regular basis, more than once a week, I'm in the low 80s with a high at 93. That's my high when I'm in the area. This year, I went to go visit my family in Indiana, and my oxygen levels went back to normal, up to 100%. We left last week for my birthday to Laguna, back to normal. No joint pain from anyone in the family. We return home and we feel sick. We are all sick. And we're in the same situation where we've purchased a home. We've lost the value of our home. We don't know what to do. And honestly, I know we have odors. I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about the non-odorous. What else are we breathing in? What else are we being exposed to that's hurting our health? My kids are 11 and 13, and I'm terrified. We have a whole house fan, which is how we used to cool our home. Our air conditioning is currently not working. Someone's trying to get it working, but I'm terrified to open our windows. I'm home all the time, and probably my health effects are the worst, but that's due to me not being at school, being at home, and being with the animals. I'm concerned, and I don't think anything's being done. And, in a meeting recently, they talked about the onion and how the chemicals from the onion, you just move away from the onion. Well, we live next to the onion. I'd like some options. I support AQMD in their mitigation efforts. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Ms. Weirman. Ms. Roberts, any questions?
No questions. Thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan, Mr. Juczynski.
No questions.
Members of the hearing board. All right, thank you, Ms. Weirman. Sarah O., I want you to spell that last name. I don't want to butcher it.
Sarah Olaguez, Olaguez.
And that's Sarah with an H.
That's Sarah with
All
an
right,
H.
two Sarahs in a row. Okay. All right, the floor is yours.
Okay. My husband and I bought our first home in 2018. We were really excited. Very soon after, we started having some health effects. Mostly it started initially with mood changes, a lot of depression and anxiety. I didn't really equate it to connecting it to the landfill initially. And over a year or two, we started to understand that it was connected more to the landfill. In 2023, we all drastically had big changes. I started having really strong racing heart, and we eventually made the decision after pushing for a year and some to have anybody help get some support for the community and not seeing anybody really doing a whole ton, although I do appreciate what AQMD has done. And we sold our house for undervalue and we moved. It was a hard financial loss, but I also could not handle living in the situation that we were in. And although we do feel a lot better now that we have moved away, there are still long-term health effects that we are still experiencing, especially like stomach and bowel issues. There are quite a few in the community that have had a lot of long-term colon issues and bowel issues. And I just want to say that the guy in the blue hat, sorry, I don't remember your name, none of us, or most of us in the community, do not have, we're not very versed in the lingo, and we all have had kind of a little bit of a crash course, and we are all trying to figure out and weed out and understand these thousands and thousands of reports that have numbers that are thrown at us, because it feels like so many of the people that can do something are just sitting on their hands doing nothing. And it is extremely frustrating. And so, yeah, we take apart those reports and try and figure them out as best as we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions of the testifier, Ms. Roberts?
No questions. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Any questions of the testifiers, Morgan and Jajiski?
I just re-raised my standing objection with respect to Ms. Alaguez, who's also represented by counsel in litigation against Chiquita, and therefore depriving us of our ability to cross-examine her.
Thank you. So noted for the record and that overturned. Members of the hearing board? Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. All right, the last testifier. This is the last testifier, folks, all right? Missy Sindrick. Just want to clarify, Madam Clerk, no additional? Okay. All right, Ms. Sindrick, why don't you spell your name again for the record, because now you're testifying on the record.
Okay, and I should do this, so Missy, but my formal name is Melissa, M-A-L-I-S-S-A. Last name Sindrich, C-I-N-D-R-I-C-H. So I wanted to provide testimony, and I have some specific timeframes because it was related directly to the California March 2024 primary voting in the primaries this year. I've been a volunteer poll observer for about 5 years, and it's with a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. So I visit many vote centers, drop boxes, etc. So this year, in between February and March of 2024, I visited the vote center at 28776, the Old Road, Valencia, California, 91355 zip. I also visited frequently the Dropbox location at 27233 Henry Mayo Drive. It's a LA County Fire Department location, Valencia, California, 91355. The vote center, I should name, it's the Higher Vision Church. So I've gone to these before in the past, so I revisit them. I did not understand I was at risk. There were no posted Prop 65 notices of potential toxin from the ongoing fires and fumes of Chiquita Canyon. I work for a volunteer for a different organization, but a poll observer, Mark was his first name, last name unknown, was volunteering for Mike Garcia's campaign or as a person, as a representative, and he was the one that brought to my attention in the vote center at the Higher Vision Church that the smells that I was smelling, and he gave me a brief update on what Representative Garcia was doing. The effects of that, it didn't connect, right? Because I'm a healthy person, I've never had respiratory problems, but within the month of March, I had severe respiratory issues. I couldn't sleep for at least 3 weeks because I couldn't lie down flat without waking myself up coughing dramatically during the night. So I did it best I could to sleep upright, and I was feeling miserable. I literally couldn't breathe, had congestion in my head, in my lungs, etc. I don't feel comfortable expanding any more than that, except that I do not have a history, and it was very unusual. It only resonated with me when I went to the Chiquita Canyon Community Building at the Castaic Library to understand the severity of it. And I'm concerned that I was affected by no posted sign at the church location. I'm concerned about the people who go to Magic Mountain. we shouldn't be trying to put these people out of business, but people, regular people like myself, who live in the community or may be visiting the community should know that they may be at risk. So I ask for consideration of posting the notices, and I also ask for consideration of vote centers that people know if there might be risks. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Robert, of the testifier?
No questions. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan, Mr. Jaczynski.
I just had one question, a clarification. So you don't live within the community surrounding Chiquita, but you've visited places around Chiquita?
I do live in the community. I live in Valencia. Can you hear me? I live in Valencia, California.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members of the hearing board. All right, let the record reflect that no one has any questions of you. Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Roberts, the floor is yours.
Mr. Ali, before Ms. Roberts begins, we'd like to make one motion. Chiquita would move to strike under Rule 9B4. All of the public testimony is unduly prejudicial. As we've mentioned throughout with our standing objection, many of the members that provided public testimony are plaintiffs in civil litigation against the landfill. Their testimony is biased, and we believe that allowing that testimony without our ability to cross-examine is unduly prejudicial. Much of the testimony was lay testimony, but disguised with expert conclusions. Our cross-examination would have been able to pull that out. There was a member, a person, an employee of ARB who testified with no attempt to show he was speaking with the authority of ARB, but using that position as a government employee to provide public testimony. As we've stated throughout our objections, there was hearsay evidence, evidence with no foundation, evidence that was irrelevant to the issues before the board, and to the extent that the hearing board's rules allow this testimony, we would present to the board that this is a violation of Chiquita's due process rights, should it be the basis for any findings.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so in order, as to Hearing Board Rule 9B4, that rule cannot be interpreted to override the California Health and Safety Code. This hearing board derives its authority from the Health and Safety Code and does have authority to write rules consistent with the Health and Safety Code. The Health and Safety Code expressly provides a right to public testimony and expressly provides that that testimony shall be considered by the board in reaching a decision. With respect to the content of that testimony, it is not unduly prejudicial just because it is adverse to Chiquita Canyon landfill. It is adverse, but that is the state of affairs, and they are entitled to their testimony. They have sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. If that is their testimony, it is relevant to these proceedings. They are testifying to the experiences they are suffering as a result of the violations that the South Coast AQMD is alleging. With respect to the member public testimony from the California Air Resources Board, Chiquita Canyon Landfill has no adverse litigation against the California Air Resources Board that would preclude them from cross-examination even under their own objection, which again has been overruled. So to the extent that they claim that Mr. Lindbergh is not speaking on behalf of the California Air Resources Board, that could have been brought out in cross-examination. They waived that right by foregoing cross-examination. With respect to generally re-raising this standing issue, the whole point of a standing objection is that you don't need to re-raise it. This issue has been briefed and ruled on. It was made again today, and it was ruled on again today. The board should not entertain this delay from these superfluous objections. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I want to make it very clear to the members of the audience, the Rule 9 that's referenced, it's a Hearing Board Rule 9, and then there's a corresponding Health and Safety Code for which the Hearing Board derives its direct authority and power. That particular code is 4028 subset A, and it states, I'm reading from the rules, the hearing board shall allow interested members of the public a reasonable opportunity to test. Sorry, I forgot you were there. All right, the hearing board shall allow interested members of the public a reasonable opportunity to testify with regard to the matter under consideration and the hearing board shall consider such testimony in making its determination, comma, provided, comma, however, comma, that such testimony and evidence shall be relevant and material to the matter being heard by the hearing boards. I want to make sure I'm bringing the community along as we move through this process, okay? Now, I want to note Ms. Morgan's concern. I want to overrule the objection because of this particular hearing rule and the provision of codified rule and law in case within Health and Safety Code 40828 subset A. I want to be very clear. I respect your position, Ms. Morgan, but I do want to make certain that the people who provided public testimony as well as public comment, which is on evidentiary testimony, as it were, I want to make sure you're being heard and that the hearing board, in fact, per our own rules will listen and will in fact move accordingly based upon that. So to that end, are there any more motions that individuals would like to proffer? Okay, Ms. Roberts, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a preliminary matter, the district did submit a request to the hearing board yesterday that one of its witnesses, Dr. Andrea Polidori, who unfortunately was subject to health precautions, is not able to be here in person. We would like to take his testimony out of order and ask permission that he be allowed to testify remotely on Tuesday. So I would request a quick ruling on that if that's acceptable.
It is indeed acceptable, not a problem at all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The district will then call Mr. Lawrence Israel. Mr. Israel, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Lawrence Israel, L-A-U-R-A-N-C-E, Israel, I-S-R-A-E-L.
And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
Could you remind us, what is your position with the South Coast AQMD?
I am presently a supervising air quality inspector in the Office of Compliance and Enforcement.
How long have you been a supervising air quality inspector?
Just under 2 years.
How long have you been with the Office of Compliance and Enforcement with the South Coast AQMD?
Just over 37 years.
How much of the 37 years were you assigned to an area that includes Chiquita Canyon landfill?
34 years.
So is it safe to say that in that time you're familiar with Chiquita Canyon landfill and this abatement order?
Yes.
Okay. So you've previously testified in this matter, correct?
Yes, I have.
And I believe in your earlier testimony, you had mentioned that complaints from members of the public relating to this specific incident at Chiquita began in kind of early or late spring of last year. Is that right?
That's correct.
And by August of last year, verified complaints and then violations that had subsequently been issued for nuisance had risen to the point of the district filing for an abatement order. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I wanted to give us a status. I want to look back to kind of where we started versus where we are now to give us some context. So if we look at July of 2023, that's the month before the district ultimately filed for this abatement order, how many complaints did the district receive in that month?
The district received 549 complaints in July of 2023.
So how many complaints did the district receive against Chiquita Canyon in July of 2024?
1,524 complaints.
So we're about halfway through. What are we looking at for complaints in August of 24?
As of yesterday, the number of complaints for August is approximately 540.
Okay. So how many complaints did we receive for the calendar year of 2023?
Approximately 6,880.
And what are we at in 2024?
13,300.
Is it fair to say from those numbers of complaints that the odors have not dissipated?
That is correct.
Is it possible to conclude that maybe the odors are actually getting worse?
Wait, what? Slow down a little bit. Say your question again.
Sorry, is it possible to conclude that the odors may in fact be getting worse on the basis of those complaints?
Correct.
So just in the recent time frame that we've been looking at, the last time we were before this hearing board was in April.
Correct.
How many complaints, what has the trend been in complaints since April, the recent time frame?
Well, since April, the district has received just over 8,400 complaints. We've been averaging about 2,000 a month. July was 1,500, and we're up to 542 right now for August.
So can I ask you to give us some context for this, just based on your 30-plus years of experience with the South Coast AQMD? You've dealt with other large incidents, including public nuisances, before?
Yes, that's correct.
How does this incident at Chiquita Canyon compare relative to other ones that you've dealt with throughout your time at AQMD?
This is the most complaint source that I've been ever made aware of.
So I mentioned in my opening that one of the trends we had been seeing was actually getting complaints from further out neighborhoods. And I'm going to ask to pull up exhibit number 58. Okay. How about? Thank you. Are you familiar with this exhibit, Mr. Israel?
Yes.
Did the compliance staff at the South Coast AQMD actually prepare this exhibit for today's hearing?
Yes.
So is this a map showing the general area with Chiquita Canyon landfill in that star?
Yes.
And are those kind of red dots with a white circle around them, are those individual odor stops that are required to be as part of the Condition 1 odor surveillance?
Yes, that's correct.
So this is a map showing the new proposal that expands that odor surveillance, is that right?
Yes.
Can you walk us through how far, in your estimation, is the farthest stop from the Chiquita Canyon landfill?
Well, up further north, the northernmost point, or the top, is the area around Lake Castaic Lake. We've been receiving odor complaints in that area since the springtime. So that's why those stops are included.
So I kind of want to walk through many of us are not necessarily familiar with this particular area, so I want to walk through, there's a few different neighborhoods now that have stops that we want to check and assess odors in, is that correct?
Correct.
So this is Valverde, is that right? And these are the stops within that neighborhood?
That's correct.
And is Valverde the nearest residential neighborhood to Chiquita Canyon landfill?
Yes.
Okay. So where in general is Live Oak and Hasley Canyon? And can you explain where we're getting, have we gotten odors from those locations as well?
So if you're looking at the picture, the Live Oak area is more towards the right. If the top is the north, it would be a little more easterly of that. And then to the left is Hasley Hills and Williams Ranch.
So some of these are actually newly added stops in the city of Castaic, is that right?
Correct.
And so it doesn't look like the landfill is actually even depicted on this map. This is a little bit further out. Where in general is the landfill from here?
I believe it's the yellow highlighted with the red arrow, that area.
Okay. Have we gotten complaints in these neighborhoods as well?
Yes.
What about this neighborhood here?
Could we go back to the previous? I think I might
Sure.
want to explain. If Chiquita Canyon is where the red arrow is pointing down, across Highway 126 to the right in a more easterly direction would be the 5 Points housing development, and just beyond that is Stevenson Ranch. And there's a high school in the Stephen Ranch area where we verified a nuisance in the springtime, and some of the residences in the Five Points area as well. And that's why we felt that those should be included in our recommendation for odor surveillance.
Is the 5 Points development a new housing development?
It's a newer development. It's been there a couple years, but we just started getting complaints this year, this spring.
Okay. Overall, looking at this, how far is the farthest in terms of miles from the landfill that we're able to verify complaints of odors that we're able to trace back to Chiquita Canyon?
Objection. Foundation calls for speculation.
Inspector Israel has testified previously that he has extensive experience and knowledge not only of conducting odor surveillances, but also as the supervising inspector, reviews reports of all inspectors who conduct this, because this particular landfill, as he mentioned, is within his purview as a supervising compliance inspector with the South Coast AQMD. That is sufficient foundation.
Before I rule, Mr. Dudzinski, you had a follow-up comment?
I don't think that any questions have been asked about whether or not Mr. Israel has actually measured the distance from any of these places, or I don't know if we've actually established that he's been supervising each of the inspectors that have been inspecting for Chiquita over whatever relevant time
He has
period.
testified to that in previous hearings. This is not the first time, Inspector, he just mentioned that it's not the first time he's testified before this hearing board. It's not the first time he's testified in this matter. And he has laid the foundation that he does oversee those inspectors who go out to inspect Chiquita Canyon landfill, and that Chiquita Canyon landfill is primarily within his area of assignment at the South Coast AQMD.
Slow down, please, Council.
So, Mr. Dudzinski, you'll have an opportunity to cross if you so
I
desire.
can
correct?
defer till cross.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, so I'm gonna overrule the objection, but I do want you to proffer your questions and concerns at the appropriate time. All right, as you were.
Thank you. So, Mr. Israel, I'll back up a little bit. Do you have any familiarity of being able to assess how far some of these neighborhoods are that we're talking about in these maps?
Yes.
Where does that experience come from?
Well, I'm just familiar with the areas.
Have you ever actually conducted odor inspections and responded to complaints against Chiquita Canyon landfill as part of your assignment with South Coast AQMD?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask, based on your experience and what you have personally known, do you know how far the farthest complaint we have been able to verify is from Chiquita Canyon landfill?
There's a Rio Vista High School in Stevenson Ranch where a nuisance was confirmed this spring, and that's at least 3 or 4 miles from the landfill.
Okay.
I believe that's probably the furthest that our inspectors have verified.
Thank you. So in addition to complaints, can you remind us, when does a complaint turn into a allegation of a public nuisance for the South Coast AQMD and result in a violation?
When our inspectors respond to complaints and have verified odors at a minimum of 6 different household locations or at a single business, or if one complaint is verified on a school campus when children are present, then a public nuisance violation is issued.
So in order to rise to the level of public nuisance, it needs to be more than just one person who may not like the landfill. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So we've talked a little bit about complaints. Let's talk about violations. How many notices of violation for violation of California Health and Safety Code Section 41700 or District Rule 402 were issued in the calendar year of 2023?
In 2023, there were 107 public nuisance violations issued.
And
how many of those same violations, just looking at violations of public nuisance, have been issued against Chiquita Canyon landfill to date in 2024?
126 have been issued.
How many of those 126 have been since the last hearing board hearing in April?
84.
Okay. So looking and running through this data, the complaints, the number of violations, what is your assessment of what is the status? That's part of what we're here to do, is talk about the status of this landfill. From a compliance standpoint on public nuisance, what is the status of this landfill?
Well, from a nuisance standpoint, 84 violations since April, which is an astounding number when compared to last year. It doesn't look very good. The community is suffering greatly, and we're out there every day verifying odors. So that would be the way I would answer that.
So I noticed that you clarified your answer with just when looking at nuisance. Nuisance is not the only violation that South Coast AQMD has actually alleged against Chiquita Canyon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In fact, they have also been issued violations for operating equipment without a permit. Is that right?
Correct.
They have also issued violations for excavating a landfill without an approved plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
They've also been issued violations for the breakdown of their leachate collection system. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So in general, would you agree that the way I characterize this is Chiquita Canyon right now is operating under essentially emergency operations and is in violation of numerous different rules and regulations of the South Coast AQMD? Is that fair assessment?
That would be a correct assessment.
In general, once we have issued those violations, based on your experience, have you actually seen the landfill operating on these terms recently?
Yes.
When was the last time you actually went on site at the Chiquita Canyon landfill?
Less than 24 hours ago.
Can I ask why you were on site 24 hours ago?
We were following up on a leachate spill that had occurred.
Was the leachate spill reported to the South Coast AQMD or called in as a breakdown?
No.
How did the South Coast AQMD learn there was a leachate spill?
We were notified during one of our interagency meetings on Thursday morning.
Okay. So another regulatory agency actually just referred to us that there was a leachate spill. Is that right?
That's correct.
So could you just provide us an update? What do we know about this particular leachate spill?
At approximately 3 in the morning on Thursday, workers in the Tank Farm 7 had overfilled one of the leachate storage tanks with approximately 3,300 gallons of untreated leachate flowed out onto the ground and was ponding in the area, southeast portion of the tank farm.
And when did you arrive on site based on when you were first notified of this leachate spill?
We arrived at approximately 4 p.m.
And so was this spill contained by 4 p.m. by the time you got there?
Yes.
Okay. So what did they do to contain it?
Well, that particular portion of the tank farm has an underground sump where the leachate was collected and pumped out. It was pumped out earlier in the morning prior to our arrival, and it was still being pumped out at the time of our inspection. This was Thursday.
And on Thursday, did you notice any odors associated with this leachate spill?
Yes, absolutely.
How would you classify the odors?
Very strong.
Would you rate that on an intensity scale?
Yes, on an intensity scale of 1 to 5, 1 being very faint, 5 being very strong, it was 5 out of 5, very strong.
Did you conduct an investigation and question anyone working at Chiquita Canyon about the spill?
Yes.
Objection calls for hearsay.
those are admissions of a party opponent. That is the same non-hearsay.
Mr. Dudzinski, you have a response to that?
I'm not sure which individuals Mr. Israel is about to speak about, so I'm not sure if they're properly party opponents or not. Until we hear the
Employees
answer.
working on the leachate are properly employed by Chiquita Canyon. If you want to tell me that they were not employees, they were volunteers, then I think we have maybe a further investigation that Mr. Israel can go on. But these are properly parties. They are employees and contractors of Chiquita Canyon Landfill, who is the respondent in this case.
The question would be whether or not they have the authority to bind the company. Contractors most certainly would not, and not every employee would.
That is not necessary under the California Evidence Code, and I would remind the board that the hearing board rules expressly state that this proceeding is not bound by the formal rules of evidence. Hearsay is not only permissible, it is merely not permissible to be the sole basis for a finding. This instance is not hearsay because they are admissions of a party opponent, but even if they were hearsay, that would be admissible.
Mr. Dudzinski, any response to that?
I have no response to that. We'll pick it up on cross.
All right, well, I appreciate the vigorous debate. I will certainly overrule the objection and allow for Mr. Israel's testimony to continue. Thank you.
So, Mr. Israel, can you tell us what did you learn from those employees on site at Chiquita Canyon during your investigation of this spill?
Well, we interviewed the operations specialist in charge of the tank farm, who is an employee of Waste Connections. And they explained to us exactly what transpired, and that was the information that I just testified to.
Thank you. So, in general, to your understanding, we've talked about this previously, but Chiquita Canyon essentially collects leachate on site in large storage tanks. Is that right?
That's correct.
They now also treat the leachate in those tanks before it is shipped off-site for disposal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not their normal process before this sort of emergency situation occurred, is that?
Before this emergency?
Before this before this reaction essentially started. Were they doing that same thing, storing it on site in tanks and then treating it and then shipping it off site for disposal?
Before the reaction, no, that was not the typical practice.
Okay. And you've actually, the South Coast AQMD has actually issued a violation for modifying their leachate collection system as a result of the changes they've made without a permit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So just in general, given the parameters we're working at now, do you think from where we started with the reaction with leachate, they have made any improvements whatsoever?
Well, I mean, they've modified the gas collection system, and they're making a lot of efforts. But again, we're responding to a lot of complaints, hundreds and thousands of complaints. So I don't want to diminish that there is progress.
So we've mostly ended the free-flowing leachate in storm channels that you've testified to previously in hearings. Is that fair to say?
Correct. We're not seeing that.
So if they have certain spills or leaks, that might actually exacerbate odors in the short term, but is it fair to say that generally they have made progress, at least under these emergency circumstances?
Yes.
Okay. So I think we heard a little bit, you heard it in my opening, and I think we've heard from a couple of residents that they're able to distinguish these sort of reaction odors or leachate and gas odors from trash odors. Do you agree with that testimony from the public that we heard today as to being able to distinguish between types of odors?
Yes, especially the Val Verde residents.
Can you tell us, in your experience, have you ever personally gone out to Chiquita Canyon landfill and been able to distinguish different types of odors?
Yes, I have.
Can you give us a description of what you would describe as reaction or leachate type odors? What does that smell like?
Well, the reaction odor, to me, always smelled like spoiled or sour milk. And the leachate odors, in and itself, to me, always seem more like a porta potty type of odor.
What does trash smell like then?
Well, what's in your trash can, decomposing trash. Sometimes it's more of a fresh trash. Sometimes it's more of a decomposing trash, which is a lot more pungent and putrid, which we've observed in the past is more in line with excavating, where they're excavating buried trash that's been decomposing for quite a while, even a couple of years. So there's that type of trash odor.
So you mentioned specifically in your experience, Val Verde residents particularly seem to have a good experience that they're able to distinguish these different types of odors. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is it essentially that even though they may not have specialized training, even as laypersons, once you've smelled a type of odor, you're able to distinguish it from different odors?
I think so. I think that's a fair statement.
So even though these residents in Val Verde might be laypersons at this point, does their testimony is, in your opinion, is that credible when they're saying they're smelling different things? Sometimes it's trash versus sometimes it's reaction.
I think it's very credible.
Has the South Coast AQMD made a point of training inspectors to distinguish between different types of odors?
Yes.
Have you personally been involved in training inspectors on detecting odors like this?
Yes, I have.
And does the South Coast AQMD require compliance inspectors for this particular investigation of Chiquita Canyon to distinguish what type of odor when they're verifying odors?
Yes.
Has the South Coast AQMD compliance inspectors ever verified trash odors specifically in Val Verde?
Yes, they have.
Has there been, specifically since April, an increase in those types of trash-specific odors?
Yes. I looked at our case files through our complaints response, and of the 84 notices of violation that we've served since April, beginning of April, on at least 20-plus occasions, trash odors were the description that the inspectors made in verifying a nuisance violation.
And in your experience at Chiquita Canyon Landfill, you've worked on this case for a prior order for abatement, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you remind us that prior order for abatement was started in 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
What was that abatement order? Was it also a public nuisance?
Yes.
What was the problem of public nuisance in 2020?
Well, beginning in the late spring of 2020, there was a large number of complaints received strictly from the Val Verde community regarding trash odors. And I investigated the great majority of those, and we determined that the trash odors were coming from work activities, disposal activities occurring in cell 6. And so our focus was on that.
Do you recall, as part of that abatement order, the hearing board ultimately ordering multiple different studies for things like smoke studies and wind studies?
That is correct.
Was the goal of those studies to essentially understand when and how air was moving from the landfill into the Val Verde community?
Yes.
Do you recall in the prior abatement order, after the conducting of those studies, the hearing board ultimately ordered several conditions that were dependent on what was defined as unfavorable wind conditions?
Yes, that was actually a big part of it.
Do you remember what constituted unfavorable wind conditions?
From what I recall, we were actually looking at wind speeds, wind direction from out of the southeast at less than 5 miles per hour. So from 0 to 5.
Do you recall, as part of that abatement order, the parties ever discussing or testimony ever discussing there being a particular seasonality pattern where some seasons might be worse
for odors?
Yes,
Can you remind us, what were the seasons that were considered worse for odors in that prior abatement order?
well, historically speaking, and just focusing on those 2020, 2021, the majority of the violations were between May and June through September. And we didn't verify really any nuisance violations in the late fall months. So as we got into November, December, and then the winter months, we were not verifying any more nuisance violations, and we weren't getting the number of complaints.
So when we look back at the historical pattern of the past abatement order getting lots of trash odors in those summer months, you mentioned a pretty steep uptick in notices of violation since the last hearing in April when we've entered those summer months. Is that right?
Correct.
So when we look at the prior experience, and you mentioned that we were specifically logging them as trash odors, does that support the idea that maybe those same studies in the prior abatement order would still apply even 3 years later?
Yes, I would think so.
So it's, in your opinion, based on the cumulative studies that we've done in the prior abatement order, as well as the actual data that we're getting currently, it does seem that there is an uptick in trash-specific odors, particularly for that Valverde community?
Yes.
And do you recall in that prior abatement order that the parties had a whole series of different mitigation options to try and reduce odors from the working phase specifically to mitigate those trash odors?
Yes, there were.
And several of those mitigations have long been imposed as part of this abatement order. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So essentially, and this is in condition 43, all of the lessons we learned from the first abatement order, they've mostly been doing those, like deploying fans, arranging them in the correct configuration. They've been required to do that already. Is that right?
That is correct.
So did we ever, as part of the prior abatement order, require Chiquita Canyon, under any circumstances, to reduce the size of the working face?
We did.
We haven't put that in this abatement order, have we?
No.
That tends to be a more stringent requirement that Chiquita Canyon tends to oppose more. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
In your opinion, was reducing the working face in the prior abatement order, was it ultimately successful at reducing trash odors specifically?
Yes, and I would couple that with this information that from September of 2021 through May of 2023, there were no nuisance violations issued.
Okay. So in your opinion, based on your experience not only with the South Coast AQMD writ large, but your specific experience with Chiquita Canyon landfills and these abatement orders, would reducing the working face size here provide any change in odors for the Valverde community?
I think it could.
Is it possible that even if they reduce the working face, that the Valverde community would still get some odors from the reaction?
Oh, absolutely.
Is it, in your opinion, worth it to try and lessen the odors, even if we cannot eliminate the odors from this mitigation measure?
These people need relief. It's 24 hours a day, it seems like. Anything that we could do, that we could impose, could only help.
So I want to ask, again, looking to that last abatement order, and as well as looking at the data you've collected on the complaints and violations in this abatement order, is there any reason to believe why we would just limit accepting waste during morning hours versus some other time of day?
The majority of complaints that we verify for a nuisance are in the morning hours, typically before 10 o'clock. So,
Is that, in your experience, is that a recent phenomenon, or is this new wind patterns, or is this
fairly consistent of wind patterns that are known to exist in this area?
I think it's fairly consistent.
So has the South Coast AQMD ever sought to pause waste acceptance at Chiquita Canyon landfill before?
No.
So did you hear this morning Ms. Morgan's opening statement?
Yes, I did.
She mentioned the possibility of a whole host of bad possibilities that would occur if we took that mitigation. In your experience, has the South Coast AQMD ever changed the hours of operation at a landfill before?
Yes, we have.
Have we done so specifically in the context of an order for abatement for public nuisance before?
Yes, we have.
Have we ever done it in Los Angeles County before?
Yes.
Was the result a significant upheaval to trash collection throughout the county?
I live in Los Angeles City, and that's where this particular facility was, and it did not impact our trash pickup.
Was it helpful?
Was it helpful in?
In the prior instances where we've tried to pause or change the hours of operations to limit a public nuisance, did that work as a general mitigation strategy?
What we observed is that an almost immediate drop in odor complaints in the particular community where this occurred.
So in your opinion, based on your experience, is there a reasoned basis to require Chiquita Canyon here to pause accepting waste for 3 hours in the morning?
I think it would be helpful. I think it would be very beneficial for the community in helping them relief of odor complaints.
So I do want to mention the same question, really, with the pausing of the work, or closing half of the working phase. Do we think it would eliminate all of the odors that we're getting complaints about?
No, it's not going to eliminate all of the odors.
But do we think it would be even a measurable relief if we impose that on Chiquita Canyon?
Well, I'd like to say it will, but we have to try and see.
Okay. So I want to ask you, in addition, you mentioned you were on site very recently, just yesterday, working on a leachate spill. Is that the only time recently you've been on site at the landfill?
No.
Can I ask you, did you observe operations at the site back in June?
Yes.
And did you take any photographs as part of your observations that day?
Yes.
I'm going to ask to pull up Exhibit 56 in this binder for you. In your observations on that day, did you actually observe the leachate treatment process?
Yes, we did.
And are these, what we're looking at on screen right now, are these the photographs that you took as part of that observation on June 21st?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for us, what are these tanks that we're looking at in this picture?
Well, they were storage tanks used to hold leachate that had been pumped out of one of the other frac tanks used in the treatment process.
Okay. And do you know what the liquid is that's on the ground?
Well, it was leachate.
Okay. Do we know that there's no other possibility that it wasn't a rain event or anything in June?
No, there had been no prior rain event before our inspection.
Did you ask any employees of Chiquita who may have been escorting you during this observation about this incident?
Yes.
So I want to ask you, one of the conditions that we are proposing is condition number 86. And can I have you flip to the chart in the contested conditions? That's 59. 59? So I want to ask you about specifically one of the conditions that we're looking at in 86. The South Coast AQMD's proposal for this condition is to require the leachate treatment process to be operated and maintained by personnel trained in its operation. It also has a requirement that this equipment be maintained in good operating condition, and it requires that the operation shall not result in the release of any raw landfill gas or discharge of odorous liquid vapors into the atmospheres. Is that right?
That is correct.
In your opinion, is that a change from what we're seeing in this current, based on these photos that you took?
Well, based on this photograph and from what was observed the last 2 days.
So specifically looking at the tanks you observed, would this type of operation for leachate treatment, where we're looking at an open tank, would this be prohibited under the South Coast AQMD's proposal?
Yes.
So to the best of your knowledge, since you've been on site even more recently than this June operation, have they actually stopped operating with open tanks like this?
Well, we haven't seen this since that June inspection.
But they're not required to until the hearing board orders it. Is that right at this time?
Correct.
Okay. Can I ask you, when we look at these open air tanks, from a compliance perspective specifically, separate from permitting, just from a compliance perspective, why do we want these sort of conditions on their leachate treatment?
Well, this is a source of odors, and it just adds to the cumulative effect of odors from the working phase, from any excavation that's occurring, well drilling, and to have leachate or contaminated soil, anything saturated with the leachate in open containers like that is generating odors impacting the community. And anything that we can do to have the landfill discontinue doing this type of activity can only help.
So one of the other conditions that the parties kind of agree on is actually installing a liner underneath the leachate tanks. Can you walk me through why would we want a liner underneath the leachate tanks?
Well, for this very reason, as you're seeing in this picture, where you see deposition directly on the soil underneath the container.
So that condition wouldn't prevent this spill from June or that 3,300 gallon spill last Thursday, but it would help for future spills. Is that fair to say?
We would hope it would, yes.
So those are more of the sort of iterative improvements over time that, as we're seeing some of the concerns at Chiquita, we're trying to respond with conditions that would help prevent those in the future or at least mitigate them?
Correct. You're going to have spills, but if there's a way we can capture these spills and have them cleaned up as expeditiously as possible with as least amount of odor impacts to the community, the better.
Okay. So on those contested conditions, can I have you go to the beginning, I think it's page 2 of that same contested exhibit. Page 2. So one of the contested conditions is a sub-provision of condition number 42, which deals with mitigation measures for excavation. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you walk me through what is the landfill excavation that the South Coast AQMD regulates?
At this landfill or any landfill?
At this landfill is fine.
Well, well, right now, the excavation for repair that they're doing on the West Toe Scrim area, they're getting that geomembrane installed, and they have to do stability and repairs, and there's other issues that require them to excavate part of the scrim or remove the scrim in order to put this geomembrane in and cover those areas to eliminate odors, it is hoped.
Okay. But the South Coast AQMD has a rule about landfill excavation, Rule 1150, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've testified to that before. That's a general rule that applies to everyone in the South Coast AQMD when excavating a landfill, not just Chiquita Canyon landfill?
It applies to all excavations, 1150, whether it be at a landfill or anywhere there's buried waste material.
Okay. What is the purpose? Why did we write a rule about excavating buried waste? What is the purpose? What are we trying to prevent?
Well, there's a lot of potential toxics. There's odor issues, other airborne contaminants, particulates. There's a lot to it. And
so one of the violations that that has been issued by the South Coast AQMD is for not having a plan that's required under that Rule 1150. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So without a plan approved, there's essentially no mitigation that's being undertaken other than this abatement order. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the abatement order has this condition 42 as sort of interim measures until they get a plan because they are doing excavation. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so one of the things that we wanted to add is this sub-provision to condition 42 about what to do when excavating if you receive a Rule 402 nuisance notice of violation. Is that right?
Yes.
And because this is emergency excavation, they're not actually required to cease all excavation for the rest of the day, even though they've gotten a violation of public nuisance. Is that right?
That's correct.
But the South Coast AQMD is proposing that they must implement approved mitigation measures. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we list those as A through G of what approved mitigation measures. Is that right?
That's right.
So on provision B, once they've gotten an odor nuisance during this excavation, they must shrink the size of their excavation by 50%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Chiquita opposes doing that, implementing that kind of mitigation. Is that right?
Yes.
And so on the right-hand side of that, in blue, is Chiquita's proposal. What are they proposing?
So after 2 hours, the respondent may return to the original size of the excavation workface unless there are unfavorable wind conditions as defined by the stipulated order.
So the stipulated order in the prior abatement order.
Right, correct.
So firstly, why do we not want them to reopen the whole working face of the excavation after 2 hours? Why isn't 2 hours long enough?
Well, a lot of these odor events go on for hours. The community is impacted heavily in the morning, and there's a potential that it may continue into the afternoon.
And you testified that violations are issued on the basis of verified complaints, not necessarily within a 2-hour time frame. Is that right?
Correct.
So once a violation has occurred, whether even if more complaints are received, they're still under a single violation. Is that right?
Yes.
Has Chiquita, to your knowledge, in this proposal, basing on changing or removing their mitigation on the basis of actual detecting odors, or just a weighted time period?
To me, it's a weighted time period.
Okay. So do we oppose it without verifying that odors are actually gone?
Yeah, I think once a nuisance violation is established, that doesn't mean that we're not going to get another 100 complaints the rest of the day. We just may not need to go out and individually verify at each resident. But we're still getting complaints, and this has been going on since last April.
So what we've talked about today in terms of mitigation is things maybe best described as sort of on the margins of the odor issues here. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So we're talking about ancillary things like excavation, their working face operation, their leachate tanks, but we're not actually talking about the direct reaction area itself. Is that right?
That is correct.
There are odors coming from the reaction area itself, though, correct?
Yeah, we're getting odors from all from working phase, reaction area, excavation, multiple activities, not just, and this sort of thing in the photograph, open containers, or a leachate spill, like yesterday.
So, given that we're not talking about, the South Coast AQMD is not proposing sweeping changes to the reaction area that are going to overnight fix the odors from this reaction area, why are we talking about things like mitigating odors from the working phase and excavation and leachate tanks?
Well, it's all a cumulative effect. We're trying to control every source that we are aware of that is generating odors that are being confirmed in the community.
In your experience, is that focusing on every aspect of the operation, not just the largest source of the odors? Is that necessary at this time? Can't we just kind of let the rest of it go and just focus on the biggest source of odors?
I think we should focus on everything.
In your opinion, would adopting the South Coast AQMD's contested proposals, would that provide some measurable relief, even if it doesn't eliminate odors?
Well, I guess the proof will be if they institute just that and we see a decline in odor complaints. I can't say yes or no. I think it certainly is worth a try, and it certainly could help. I think we just have to try it and see what sort of results we get. We've seen it at other places or other landfills before. We saw it work here in the first OA that we had back in 2021. So I think it's worth an effort.
So if the South Coast AQMD determines that these things don't ultimately work, do you think that the parties could come back for a modification hearing in a couple of months and reassess based on new data as to whether or not that mitigation was actually successful?
Oh, absolutely. I think that would be a very prudent thing to do. Let's try it and see where we're at in a few months.
So at this point, if there was a further modification hearing in a few months, is it fair to say that the burden that would be imposed on Chiquita is actually lessened? Because if it is not borne out in the data, we would allow
Objection, calls for legal conclusion.
I'm asking as to the time frame that this mitigation would be imposed, which is within his knowledge.
Well, I think it would be something we could support with complaints and what our inspectors are verifying out there.
Okay. So on the basis of all of the evidence, do you think that's what's necessary today for the hearing board to order to try that now based on the evidence we have?
I think so.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. I just wanted the record to reflect, I did overrule. I'm overruling your objection. I wanted him to be able to finish his testimony. You can catch him on cross. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Come back at what time is it? 20? Yeah, 3:17. We'll come back at 3:18. We're off the record. Good afternoon. We're back on the record. We're going to wait for everyone to assemble. Just by any stretch of the imagination, is anyone else cold in here? Is there any way can we reduce the temperature to perhaps, what do you guys say is a good temperature? Increase the temperature to about 70, what, 3? 74?
The air keeps coming on, and everybody freezes.
They have our attention in here today. We're pretty shivering. So maybe we can get it up to about 70, what do you say, 73? Yeah, 72. Yeah, 72.
I was gonna say, don't your fingers like kind of freeze up though? No?
Sometimes, probably not because it's not directly over.
Beautiful, all right. Okay, we're back in session, and so at this time, the respondents will have an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Israel. Ms. Roberts, just for the record, you rest for a second? Okay. All right. Morgan Dudzinski.
And thank you, Mr. Israel, for being here with us this afternoon. I just want to make sure I have a couple things straight based upon your testimony on direct. I think you'd said that you were with the South Coast AQMD for 37 years?
In total, correct.
In total. And how many of those were as an inspector?
35.
And have you always been inspecting landfills throughout that time? Has it been a mix of different types of stationary sources?
Well, I did a year in our vapor recovery, 461, and part of my time working with industrial inspections. It hasn't all been in toxics, but it's either landfill-related is probably 34 of it.
Understood. And I think Ms. Roberts may have asked you this, but did you have an opportunity to review the contested conditions before today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you have any input on those contested conditions?
I reviewed them, yes, and put our comments in.
And throughout your 30-plus years of experience inspecting stationary sources, have you ever inspected an elevated temperature landfill before?
Fortunately, no.
Have you ever done, particularly seep inspections? I think we saw some pictures that were brought up previously. Apart from Chiquita, have you ever inspected a landfill where you've done seep inspections?
BKK landfill, yes.
Say your answer again, please.
It was called BKK landfill in West Covina.
I'm going to just object and request clarification of what do you mean by seep inspection, if you could kind of walk through. What is a seep inspection?
Have you ever inspected a landfill to determine whether or not there are leachate seeps there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna overrule that objection and allow Mr. Dudzinski's questions to continue.
And so you've done seep inspections previously, it sounds like, at BKK and also at Chiquita?
At Chiquita and also another landfill.
And what was the other landfill?
Sunshine Canyon landfill.
And have you ever designed or implemented field measures to address leachate seeps at any of these landfills?
No.
And when inspecting either Chiquita or other landfills, have you inspected the landfill gas collection control system?
Yes.
And have you ever designed or implemented measures to implement landfill gas emissions?
No.
And apart from Chiquita, what experience do you have inspecting for landfill gas, trash, leachate, any type of landfill odor?
I'm sorry?
Apart from Chiquita, what other landfills have you inspected with respect to nuisance odors?
I'm going to object and request that he not name other landfills that have not been noticed, that their violations may or may not be discussed in this hearing. This hearing is about Chiquita Canyon landfill alleged violations. And while he does inspect other facilities and can talk generalities, I would request that he refrain from naming names of facilities that did not have notice that they would be publicly identified or accused of violations.
Mr. Dzieciński, you want to rephrase your question?
Have you inspected any landfills apart from Chiquita for nuisance odors?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever designed or implemented field measures in order to address odors from a landfill?
No.
Have you read Neil Bolton's Handbook of Landfill Operations?
I don't think I've read that, no. I don't recall.
Have you read any literature related to landfill operations?
Over the years, yes.
Can you name any specifically?
No, I couldn't.
Have you ever taken any manager of landfill operations classes?
No.
Any courses in landfill operations?
No.
And so during your direct testimony, you had discussed inspecting Chiquita Canyon landfill. So over the past, let's say since the beginning of this year, since January, about how many times have you inspected Chiquita?
For 2024?
Correct.
Since January 2024? Maybe a dozen times.
And how about since our last abatement order hearing on April 24th, 2024?
Since April, probably about half a dozen times.
So 6?
Correct.
And so when you were on site, those times, were you inspecting Chiquita for odor nuisance violations?
No.
Not during any of those?
No, that wasn't the purpose why we were there.
And so when was the last time you were at Chiquita inspecting for potential odor nuisance violations?
Last August, 2023.
2022 or 2023?
23.
And so during that August 2023 timeframe, did anyone join you on that inspection?
Not in August.
And then what about your inspections? I think you said that there were 6 of them since the last abatement order hearing?
Correct.
Did any other AQMD inspectors join you on those inspections?
Yes.
Do you know how many? How many AQMD inspectors? I should clarify.
AQMD inspectors, yes.
About how many?
2 of my staff.
Are those the same staff members that would also be inspecting Chiquita for odor nuisance violations?
They have, but they're not the primary.
And so do you know about how many AQMD inspectors have investigated Chiquita for odor nuisance violations, let's say since January of this year?
Numbers, I would say between 10 and 20 inspectors.
And what about since our last stipulated order for abatement hearing on April 24th, 2024?
The same number. There's a rotation, a weekly rotation.
And do you happen to recall the last time you issued Chiquita a notice of violation for violation of either AQMD Rule 402 or Health and Safety Code Section 41700?
August of 2023.
Has AQMD ever sent out a third-party agency to inspect Chiquita?
No.
And so I think you discussed during your affirmative testimony training some of these new inspectors that have been inspecting Chiquita. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
I believe that you had mentioned that they'd been trained on the different types of landfill odors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So they'd be trained on landfill gas odors, for example?
That's correct.
Leachate odors?
That's correct.
Reaction area odors?
That's correct.
As well as working face or fresh trash odors?
That's correct.
And can you kind of describe generally how that training was conducted?
Well, either myself or one of our staff would take the inspector to the various locations. So the reaction area was pretty straightforward. If they were doing any excavating, and this was especially in the fall, we would take them in close proximity to that. We've had staff go around doing odor surface monitoring around landfill gas wells, so there's that training in those type of odors. And going to the working phase, either for Title V inspections or to verify odors and then trace it back to the community during a nuisance investigation. So we pretty routinely were doing that with our inspectors.
And did that happen with each and every inspector that has inspected Chiquita for odor nuisance violations?
Yes.
And so I think you had mentioned that that training had been conducted in the fall of last year?
It started in the fall and continued to the spring.
But there hasn't been any training since the spring of this year?
Not that I was directly involved with, no.
Are you aware of anyone else providing any training to those inspectors since that time?
Well, if we had an inspector that was in the rotation new, then I would have one of my staff train them.
Does your staff have as much experience as you do in inspecting landfills for odor nuisance?
Are you asking if they have 37 years, or no one has that?
So you're at the top of the totem pole, so to speak. I guess the staff members that have been conducting that training, how long have they been inspecting landfills for South Coast AQMD?
My senior has probably been about 6 years.
That entire time inspecting landfills or other stationary sources?
Correct. He'd been assigned to toxics since the beginning.
And so just to make sure I have this right, so their training would consist of going to different locations at the landfill to kind of get a sense of what each type of odor would smell like?
Well, the training could be involved in a lot of things. We could be doing a Title V inspection where we're looking at all the permitted equipment, the flares, gas collection system, the power plant, that sort of thing. Then there were times where we just went out there where we were investigating a 402, and I was training the inspector. So we would start with verifying odors in the community, and then going upwind and downwind to eliminate any other sources of odors, and then visiting the landfill and see if we could identify the source on the landfill as to where the odors were coming from.
And so are they more being taught about how AQMD's odor nuisance investigation process works more than potentially different types of odors?
Well, they learn how to investigate nuisance violations. That's training that we do in-house. And when we go through and when they become inspectors, they go through a training program of nuisance investigation. And then the real practical field experiences when they're assigned either to a landfill or even another group. They investigate nuisance violations at other sources. But for this landfill or any of the landfills, they usually accompany one of us.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
They usually will accompany one of the toxic inspectors, I should be clear on.
And does AQMD have a written policy about how it investigates potential odor nuisances?
Yeah, this is our, the training course that we teach our inspectors is a course that has been taught since the beginning.
And since the beginning?
Since the beginning of their tenure as an inspector. So it's a training module.
Do you know if AQMD has a written internal policy, however? Not necessarily a training, but a policy about how it investigates odor nuisances?
Well, there's a training module that we have, and most of the experience, or most of the training is actual field experience. So when you go through the training module, we describe what the rule is that's applicable and how you go about conducting the inspections. And then most of it is actual in-field practice, identifying the source.
And so I'd like to show you a document. I have copies.
So, Mr. Dudzinski, was this document provided to the clerk's office?
It was not provided beforehand. I did not know if we were going to need it for purposes of cross-examination, but I'm handing it here. We also have copies for the public.
Just want to make sure we get it up online so that the public is privy to it as well.
Absolutely.
We can't do it today, of course, so when we're able to get to the office, we'll make it happen. And you provide a preface to this document so we can understand what we're looking at, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You make sure there's a preface for the board so we all can understand what we're looking at, or what you just passed out.
I will walk through
Okay.
it with Mr.
Thank
Israel,
you.
but I'd like to
Appreciate
actually
it, sir.
first verify whether or not this is still an active document at AQMD. I'm not sure if this is still operative or
I'm going to
controlling.
object. This is not Mr. Israel's document. I don't think he can attest to the authenticity of this document, and he has not been afforded time to read through it, let alone compare it to what might be, to see if it's completely accurate with any existing policies.
No, I would indeed sustain that because we're just
Can I
receiving the
have-
document right now.
Can I have an opportunity to respond before
No,
sustaining
go right
the
ahead,
objection?
Mr. I apologize. You're right. You do deserve the opportunity to respond.
I believe Mr. Israel's testimony was that he's been an inspector with the district for 34 years. That would mean that if the date on this document is correct, he would be aware of it. If we need to actually provide validation of this document, it was attached to a declaration from Ms. Mary Reichert in a prior abatement order hearing. We could pull that up online if we need to verify its accuracy.
Mr. Israel cannot attest to the accuracy of something submitted by another person. And again, even if he was an inspector, even if he may be aware of this policy, because he did not produce this document and has not been afforded time to read through it and compare to ensure that it is entirely accurate, I don't think he can attest to the foundation of this is a document that is representative of the South Coast AQMD policies.
So, Mr. Israel, can you attest to it or not? If you can't attest to it, then you can't attest to it.
No.
Okay, he can't attest to it, so go right ahead, Mr. Dudzinski.
That's fine. So I believe you testified previously that usually you need to verify 6 odor complaints generally before you would issue a public nuisance NOV to a particular source. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you walk us through how that verification process actually works?
So you want me to walk through how we're dispatched a complaint.
Yeah, so let's walk through the steps of a community member believes that they are smelling an odor that they attribute to a source. They call 1-800-CUT-SMOG. AQMD dispatches an inspector. What are the steps after that that an inspector would take from South Coast AQMD?
Well, the inspector may first notify the complainant that they are responding to the complaint, especially if they're traveling a certain distance where it might take a while to get to the location. And once they're in the vicinity of the odor complaint, generally they'll visit first the complainant and try to meet with that complainant and verify an odor with that complainant. And once they verified an odor, then they will conduct an upwind, downwind survey of the surrounding area in an effort to trace the odor back to the source, especially if there's multiple sources potential to a particular odor. Landfill odors are pretty specific. And for Chiquita, it's not very difficult to eliminate other sources if there are.
But that, oh, go ahead, sorry.
You wanted me to walk through it?
No, you're doing an excellent job. I guess my question is right at that point, is part of the process to eliminate other potential odor sources when they're doing that verification?
Correct.
And I think, as you just testified, that generally, it's pretty easy to determine, like, oh, this is a landfill. I don't necessarily need to exclude other sources.
Right. Well, we're not getting an odor of burning food from a restaurant or something, or a charbroiler.
Would the same be true of a trash odor? It seems like trash would be something that is relatively common.
That's correct, but you are driving around, our inspectors are canvassing the neighborhood, either by foot. They're not just sitting in their car with the window down. And they're looking at wind direction, they're looking at a lot of other factors.
You said they then go to the landfill to see if they can determine the source of that particular odor?
They would, yes.
And is their job then to ensure that whatever they were smelling at the complainant's place of residence or wherever they may be complaining from is the same thing that's being emitted from the source alleged?
Correct. If I'm in the neighborhood and I'm smelling a burning plastic odor and I'm downwind from the landfill, I'm going to go, and the complainant's named the landfill as the source, and I've done my upwind, downwind survey, and there's no other source in the vicinity that is of that burning plastic. I would go to the named facility by the complainants and see if I can locate where that burning plastic odor is coming from at the location, just as an example.
And so you haven't been doing a lot of these odor nuisance investigations yourselves, at least in recent memory. I think you said since August 2023, correct?
Correct.
And so for the investigators that you supervise, do you review the inspection reports that they prepare?
Yes.
And so with respect to those inspection reports, do they indicate whether they've gone through all of the steps that you just described to verify a potential odor nuisance?
That's correct.
And I believe you testified previously, and please correct me if I get this wrong, that since January of this year, AQMD has issued Chiquita 84 notices of violation, or was that since April?
Since April.
Since April this year. And I think you'd also mentioned that for 20 of those notices of violation, trash odors were noted as the reason for that NOV. Am I recalling that correctly?
Correct.
And so I just want to clarify, was it that trash odors were the sole odor that was originating from Chiquita, which led to those 20 NOVs, or were there other potential odors?
The inspector documented in their report that they were detecting trash odors as described by the complainants, and that's the odors that they were detecting. There were other times it'll be trash odors and chemical odor, trash odor and porta potty type of odor, trash odor, and odor neutralizer odor. There's other descriptions, but the primary description from the inspectors was trash.
And that's for 20 of those NOVs? Was that for-
Approximately.
Approximately. Do you have, I'm assuming you don't have an exact number for that.
24.
And so when the training for these relatively new inspectors has been conducted, have they been taught to tell the difference between particular constituents that make up an odor? I could give you an example. So let's say, an odor is primarily something like dimethyl sulfide or methyl mercaptan. Would they be able to differentiate that?
I don't know if I could say that. When we were training, we would take them to the working phase so that they were familiarize themselves with that odor. And then we would take them to the reaction area, or at least on the periphery of the reaction area, because you can't forget that odor. And then if we were standing downwind from where leachate is ponding, you can't forget that odor either. So I'm pretty confident that our inspectors know how to differentiate the odors.
Did they ever take any samples when they were verifying complaints in an odor nuisance investigation?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
I couldn't give you a number. I mean, there's been a few times, but generally the samples were collected when the odors were at the extreme, 5 out of 5.
Do you happen to recall which dates those samples were collected?
No, I don't have off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Do you happen to recall how those samples were taken? Were they Tedlar bags, Suma canisters, something along those lines?
They weren't taken by a Suma canister. They were taken by a lung sampler. And there's another sampler that we have that acts the same. It's a handheld accordion-style sampler. I forgot the name of it, but there was at least a couple occasions where that was what was utilized.
And do you happen to recall the results of those sampling events? The concentrations of the constituents that were sampled for?
No, I have not seen those results personally.
And would your inspectors rely on those results in determining how to classify a particular odor?
No, not from those results.
And I think 5 out of 5 you just mentioned, and I think that same phrase came up in your affirmative testimony with respect to a recent leachate spill at Chiquita. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think you had mentioned that AQMD had not been notified about that particular spill. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Is there a requirement that Chiquita notify AQMD in the event of leachate spills?
Well, right now there's a requirement under the previous OA, but it's not 24 hours or 48 hours.
And do you know if Chiquita notified any other agencies about the leachate spill?
Well, we heard it from other agencies, so they must have.
Potentially the LEA, Office of Emergency Services, folks like that?
I don't know if it was the Office of Emergency Services.
The CUPA, maybe?
I was not at that particular meeting, but it might have been either the US EPA or the Department of Toxic Substances, DTSC.
And so I believe you walked through in your affirmative testimony earlier with respect to the contested conditions, condition 42. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And so I believe if you look at the top part of the right side column, Chiquita is proposing accepting from that particular condition, any excavation with respect to the West Toe excavation project. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
And so what do you know about the West Toe excavation project?
What do I know about it?
What do you know about it?
Well, it's pretty much focused on the last remaining portion of the landfill that doesn't have the geomembrane liner.
And is it your understanding that that particular project is critical for Chiquita to continue implementing some of the mitigation measures for the reaction?
Absolutely.
Would it also be critical for Chiquita to ensure that it actually gets that work done quickly?
Absolutely.
And if Chiquita were required to stop work at any time, that would actually delay its ability to complete that particular excavation project, correct?
That would be correct.
And so while we are on the contested conditions, I would like to go from condition 42 down to contested condition 75. South Coast AQMD has proposed that Chiquita shall reduce its maximum exposed daily working face area to no more than 50% of its permitted daily maximum. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
And I believe that you had testified that Chiquita was actually required to do this under its prior stipulated order for abatement. Am I recalling that testimony correctly?
That's correct.
Do you recall which order required Chiquita to reduce its working face size down to 50%?
The order by number? Or?
Objection. I think that mischaracterizes his testimony. He didn't testify that this particular measure had been imposed prior. I think his testimony was that a reduction of the working face under certain circumstances had been imposed in a prior abatement order.
So do you want to rephrase your question, sir?
Would be happy to. Do you have any basis upon which to conclude that a 50% reduction in Chiquita's working face size would be necessary to reduce supposed working face odors?
Well, as I said, I think it's a good, it's an experiment we'd like to try. We had done something similar where there was a reduction in the previous OA that seemed to help.
But at this point, it would be an experiment. We're not sure.
No, we're not sure. That's why we think we would like to try it.
I don't see a time limit on that particular condition. You know, how long we should try that experiment for? Do you have an opinion on that?
Well, at least until the next status hearing.
And do we have a status hearing currently scheduled?
No, we don't have one on schedule yet.
So indefinitely, essentially. You don't have to answer that. So could we go to condition 77? And so here I believe South Coast AQMD is proposing, within 10 days of the issuance of this order, respondent shall cease accepting waste and temporarily cover the working face during the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. during any operating day. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And I believe your testimony with respect to this condition, and feel free to correct me if I misquote you at all, was that actually AQMD had imposed a similar condition on a different landfill?
That's correct.
Without naming that particular landfill, I believe you had said that that was effective at that point in time to change their operating hours?
It was, yes.
And were you aware of any sort of logistical complications that were incurred when those operating hours were changed?
Yes, I was aware of them.
Could you describe them?
Well, we were dealing with a lot of truck traffic, staging in a particular area. That was the most logistical problem that I was aware of. So they had to relocate that staging area.
And was the entirety of that landfill required to not be open during whatever operating hours AQMD imposed? Or were there portions of it that were allowed to continue operating?
We were focused on waste disposal, as we would be in this case, but other types of operation, grading, preparing another disposal cell, for example, as long as it wasn't specifically related to waste disposal, refuse disposal.
So essentially, so long as they just were prohibited from accepting waste during those particular times.
Correct.
Do you happen to know if that landfill actually had ownership over the haulers that were bringing waste to that particular landfill?
They had their own haulers, yes.
So would it be reasonable to say that they had some reasonable control over when waste would actually appear on the site?
I don't think I can answer that.
Yeah, objection, he can't speak on behalf of another landfill.
Yeah, that objection is sustained.
So going back to how AQMD inspects Chiquita, for purposes of odor nuisance, do your inspectors sign into a logbook whenever they appear at the site?
When our inspectors go to the site, they're required to sign in.
Would you say that there was an uptick in working face trash odors since the prior stipulated order for abatement?
I'm just reporting that we've had 20 instances, 24 instances since April where trash odors were verified.
But you had not verified any of those, correct?
I myself, no.
Do you know if Chiquita has changed its working face practices at all since April of 2024?
I'm not aware of any major changes.
I believe you testified previously that you're aware of the prior stipulated order for abatement, correct?
Correct.
And you're knowledgeable about the mitigation measures that Chiquita had implemented under that prior stipulated order for abatement?
Correct.
Would I be characterizing correctly if I said that really the changing force which resolved working face odors for that stipulated order for abatement was the adoption and implementation of orchard fans around the working face?
That was part of it, yes.
Would you say it was the kind of the reason we were able to battle working face orders under that prior
Objection,
stipulated order for
mischaracterizes his
abatement?
testimony. He said it was part of it.
You'd like to rephrase your question, Mr. Dujitsky?
How much of a part of it?
Well, there was a lot of factors. One thing that we had them do is they redirected quite a bit of the tonnage to another working area called an odor control zone, which was located in another cell, which was designated back in 2021 as Cell 7, sort of in the northeast portion of the landfill, outside our reaction area.
Do you know if Chiquita was still disposing of waste in the odor control zone at the time that the prior stipulated order for abatement expired?
I don't recall them using that area anymore for as an odor control zone as more of where the public would dispose of their waste. It used to be located just above the working face at the time, which was in cell 6.
Mr. Israel, do you happen to know what the odor scale that South Coast AQMD uses? Or do you happen to know about the odor scale that South Coast AQMD uses when inspecting potential odor nuisances?
The odor scale, 0 to 5.
Right. Do you happen to know what that's based on?
I don't know the history of it. I'm sorry to say where that came from.
Do your inspectors ever disagree on what number they should classify an odor?
Disagree, meaning, I
Let's
don't
say
know.
you were training one of your inspectors and you were out at a complainant's house and your inspector might say, oh, well, that smells like a 2 to me. You might say, well, no, actually, I think that's a 3. Have you ever experienced anything like that?
Sure.
I guess my question is it true that different individuals will experience odors differently?
Everybody's nose is a little different than the next. What might be super intense to somebody might be less intense to others. But generally, when we're out there training, you smell it, you try to guesstimate or estimate what, is it distinct? Is it something that just really hits you? Or is it something you really have to, it kind of comes and goes. Yeah. Odors are very transient in the communities, so they may last a short while or it may last hours.
Thank you, Mr. Israel. I don't have any further questions for you.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't have any further questions for Mr. Israel.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Dujinski. It's 4 p.m. on the nose? 4
try.
p.m. on the nose. I really appreciate that. So at this time, we're going to thank all those who joined us today. This hearing will be recessed until Tuesday. That is Tuesday, August 21st? August 20th at 9:30 a.m. We'll recess to 21865 Copley Drive, Diamond Bar, California, 91765.
Can I make just a brief note, just for those who are in person today? There was no remote option for today's hearing, but there is going to be a remote option through a Zoom feature for the Tuesday hearing.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Robertson. So both sides, the respondent as well as the petitioner, will have star witnesses to present. If you can't make it out to Diamond Bar, it's 50 miles from here, I understand, but you can observe the hearing via Zoom. Okay. And we will not be taking any public comments and/or public testimony that day. That occurred today, and then, of course, Tuesday will simply be finishing up the witnesses, cross and direct, as well as the board prayerfully rendering a decision by the end of the day. At this time, this hearing is Mr. Balakapalan.
So, Mr. Israel, though, will come back for board questioning.
Yes, absolutely.
And the district will have a brief redirect
Yes.
as well. Thank you.
And related to that, for when he comes back, I would like him to come with data that shows the notice of violation breakdown by trash orders versus, the different types of orders. And also data, if you have it, to show the wind direction to the community during the time that you're asking to stop receiving trash, because that was the type of data we received before to make a decision. That's because you're asking for a very drastic step, so we need the data to back up.
So I certainly will make efforts, but I do want to note that there are no working days for the South Coast AQMD between 4 p.m. today and 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday. So I don't know that he's going to be able to produce all of that data, but we will certainly make our best efforts.
And all you can do, Ms. Roberts, is all you can do is your best. So just so we're clear, people, if you didn't have a challenge hearing, Mr. Israel is back on the stand Tuesday. There'll be redirect as well as questions from members of the governing board. At this time, hearing board, at this time, we're going to recess at 4:03 p.m. and reconvene next Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. Recess and off the record.